punted it. Hello, we're live, and we're live a little bit sooner because American clocks have gone forward, but British clocks haven't. So you'll hear lots of Micah join. So I'm going to bring on Mr. Transylvania Stud just now, and we're going to have a wee chit chat. So let's bring this up, and we will add you to guess one, and we'll take Enslaved Angel. I've not created your little thing. I can do that while we're listening to songs. How are you doing?
Not so bad, man. How are you?
I'm good. It's Mother's Day today here, so I've been making homemade lasagna and drinking lots of wine, so I'm a little bit tipsy.
That sounds delicious. I had to make, we make this like nacho thing that goes a long way in the house. So like, it's just like ground turkey, onions, bell peppers, taco seasoning. Then you throw some black beans in there and it's like,
Oh, that's good.
it goes away. You can make nachos, you can make burritos, you can make bowls, put it on rice, whatever you want to do.
That sounds good. We do a similar thing. We get chicken mince here, so I'll put the chicken mince in with some chorizos and peppers or like peas, carrots, things like that. Cook that down, and then I'll chuck a bunch of rice in, like the microwave packet rice.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck that in, and then I put the taco mix, like the powder mix, into water. Pour
Yeah.
that in, and then cook it right down. So cook off all the water, so you get this really nice, moist rice and chicken chorizo. Oh, that's good. It's nice. Making me hungry. So that's always quite a nice thing. You can stick it on your wraps and things like that. So it's very cool. Well, thank you very much for joining me. Oh, we've got some people. Hello, Ryan Saunders. Hello, 13 Flaws. So the idea is like I'm going to start trying to do the show a little bit later on my time, because it seems to be that most of the people that are watching are based your neck of the woods. So sometimes when I'm going live, I think at 6 or 7 p.m. it's kind of right in the middle of the day for you guys. So it's not always convenient. And
Yeah, if you were to go, like, how far ahead are you?
so at the
What
moment,
time is it where you're at right now?
it's 10 p.m. at the moment. So at the moment we're
Okay.
5 hours ahead, but
Okay.
we'll go to 6 next week. So
Gotcha.
That was why I had it sort of set for 11 o'clock, which would have been, but obviously you guys have gone forward, so it's kind of made that. But no, I thought to myself, it was like Sunday night for me. It's not too bad. I can set up down in the kitchen, and then I don't disturb my wife while she's trying to sleep, because normally I'm upstairs in my studio,
Right.
call it, which is right next to it. So Emma would just hear me rambling on and go. So at least if I'm down in the kitchen, she doesn't hear me quite as much. She's looking at me going, "Oh, Andrew's drunk and he's no shutting up." She's gonna sneak a bit in the background.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. It's funny because I never, I never did any of this stuff like this. This whole like doing song reviews and like hanging out on YouTube Live and all that. Like this is all completely new to me because when I was playing in bands and when I was doing social media stuff, like live broadcasts just started getting really popular. And then I haven't played a live show, and it was right before I left Nashville the first time. And I haven't played a show. I was gonna play a show in the summer of 2020 because the clubs are still open here. So I was gonna go play a show on the 4th of July, and stuff ended up happening, and they canceled the show or whatever. But yeah, I haven't played a show in, God, I don't think I've played a show in nearly 5-6 years.
Yeah, I think the last time I gigged would have been now going on 10 years ago.
Man.
And I think, yeah, as 13 Flaws has said there, the live streaming, and again, it's kind of come from Trey. And I think that there's this community's kind of built up. And I like the sound of my own voice, and I like live streams for two reasons. One, they don't take a lot of editing because they're
Right.
live, so you can just kind of go with it. So it's not as much of a kind of time crunch. It's just more kind of a chance to hang out, and it's nice getting to talk to people and meet people, and kind of, even though you're not seeing each other face to face, like it's great to talk to Eric and Chuck and yourself and Millennial Animal, Mr. Smith, all these people that you only normally seen as little bits of text in the chat. So it's just nice to kind of see it, and I think it's quite interesting. I think it's an interesting community that's building up around.
Yeah, it's been very interesting because I've known Trey for a while, and I met him at NAMM, like, I don't know, probably 10 years ago, something like that. It's probably 10 years ago. And like, he was just doing the Gear Gods thing, and the channel was, I mean, couldn't have been more than 10,000 subscribers, if that. And he was just there filming stuff, and he would do like comedy videos of like getting prepped for NAMM, and have like, it was almost, do you remember like the old Goofy cartoons where like there was like a narrator, and it was just like, Goofy learns how to run track and field or something like that. And so he would do videos like that were just like really silly and fun. And I mean, that's how YouTube pretty much used to be back for when I was dude, I remember I'm old enough to remember when YouTube first started, and it was nothing but people doing Jackass and skateboarding videos, and that was it.
To be honest, in a way, it was almost like the golden age of YouTube. Because it was kind of what you wanted to see. It's like at the moment on my Instagram feed, I don't know if it's just because I've been watching them, and obviously it clicks on, like, if you're clicking on stuff, it's going to keep feeding you that. So I've been clicking on a lot of these. Have you seen these little videos with like the voiceovers of animals? There's some like raccoons.
Oh yeah,
like raccoons like eating something, and somebody's put a funny voice over it. So I've been getting loads of them recently, and they just make
well,
me happy.
That's an old Bob Saget bit from America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yeah,
he used to do like voiceovers of the things that like he made the videos funnier. And I like, not a lot of people know that, but or at least remember that anyway.
Have you seen the March of the Penguins narrated by Samuel L. Jackson?
Oh yeah, of course.
So good. But anything like that, I mean, anything that's just like funny little clips is fun. I think that for me personally, with the YouTube thing, I just kind of wanted the chance to speak to people. I mean, I've got so much respect for what Trey does with his critiquing and stuff like that, and I couldn't really say that I got into songwriting properly until like a year, a couple of years ago. Since sort of
really,
I've played in bands, and I've always kind of played music, and I've studied it and things like that, but actual full compositions of songs, like thinking of all the parts, writing lyrics, trying to learn to sing, all that has only been in the last couple of years. I've got 26 years of guitar experience and knowledge behind me, so that helps a lot. But
did you just play covers in bands?
never a complete songwriting in the sense I've write riffs or I'd write lead guitar parts and things like that. So there was that side of things.
But the other guys in the band would write the song.
Yeah. So the band
Oh,
that I
okay.
was in, Darren was our main songwriter. So he'd come basically with like a kind of complete song in the sense like it was the arrangement was 90% they are.
Hmm.
And I joined their band late, so I was the last person to join. So they were already a three
They were
piece.
just showing you how to play songs.
Yeah, at the start, and then
Yeah.
as we did start writing later on a bit more together, and like he'd have something, and I'd be like, all right, okay, here's a lead part. I think I'll go over that, and we'd work on the arrangement and things. But actual full songs has been sort of since found Trey Stream, since kind of entering the competition and submitting to him in the last 2 years. Now I've been very lucky in the sense that I've got a lot of experience of playing the guitar, and I did music for a couple of years at college, so I learned about theory and things like that. So I kind of had the tools there, and I could
Hmm.
understand what he was talking about. So I think that's helped me in the sense of being able to restructure songs and things like that, and obviously getting feedback from college, getting feedback from Trey is kind of a similar thing. You can see his teaching side of things come through when he's giving people critiques, like because I know that he taught music for a while and things like that. So there's definitely
Hmm.
that side I recognize, and it's good to see, and I'm loving that, like from Trey and Pete Johns and now like Conspiracy Music, Thomas Christ, Audio Brothers, Bobby Everything. All these channels are great to watch because they all give. It's a great way of like if you put your song to all those channels, you're going to get such a good collection of feedback that is going to make maybe not that song, but your next song. It'll definitely be in your head when you're writing it. You'll have a think and you'll be like, do I really need to have that bit in? Should I shorten that bit? Does it fit better? Is it making the song better?
It's pretty amazing to me because you're basically getting what you pay people. Like you pay producers to do this for you. Like when like I mean I've been writing music, so I mean I was never really a great musician, like in terms of like I wasn't ever really great at one instrument. I learned how to play all the instruments because I didn't have anybody to play in a band with right away. And so in fact, I learned how to play drums before I learned how to play anything. And then I want to say in like third grade, I ended up having to have kidney surgery, and I couldn't play football, American football, anymore. So my parents bought me a guitar, and I immediately started writing songs because I knew I wasn't gonna be like some virtuoso. So I immediately tried writing songs because that was the only thing. And like, one of my favorite bands, Nirvana, like they did four chords and, like pretty basic structures of pop tunes on 11. So that was pretty much how I started doing it. And I've never not written music. But I mean, clearly they're not all great. But um, I would imagine that like it would feel weird to me to be really good at one instrument and not be able to write a song. It's foreign to me, and it's it's really great to see other musicians do this and help each other for free because again, normally you'd have to pay a producer to help you flush out your ideas.
Yeah.
And like the only thing that I wish I saw more of in this community in particular is I wish that people wouldn't take themselves so seriously
I
because life's too short.
I have noticed that it does feel that there's been it just only feels recently though that
Yeah.
like people have been. I don't know if it's just because I always find when you're reading stuff, it's always very much dependent on the mood that you're in, how
Yes.
you read into that. So if you're, and often, I mean, this is just me personally, but I'm sure it's for a lot of people maybe relate to this. But if I read something and I'm triggered by it, it's normally because I'm thinking the same thing and I don't like the fact that I'm thinking the same thing. So
Yeah.
if I always make a joke that if somebody points out something that's racist, it's clearly not a racist thing. It's because they're thinking that racist thing. Like
Mm.
it's like so, and they
Yeah.
obviously don't like the fact that they've thought that way. So it's like, oh right, and obviously when it's stuff in the chat, it accentuates that because you can't have a proper conversation. Now, obviously, when Trey or Glenn are doing it, they're doing it for a bit of entertainment, so they're maybe a little bit more entertaining in the way that they shit on something, but they're not really shitting on something. They're
Well, yeah, like that's kind of the thing. Like what people need to understand, especially people who have never been in the band before, like people, and I said this on Audio Bros on Thursday. Like, there's a lot of ball breaking that goes on amongst musicians, especially when you're hanging out with other musicians. And it's a camaraderie. It's just a thing that's always been there. And I understand that people are like they're way more precious about stuff now. Uh, but I mean, man, if I didn't get my balls broken at least 3 or 4 times at band practices, it wasn't a good band practice. Somebody was mad at me or something.
yeah,
And I think that the community could stand to toughen up a little bit. Just to know, like, hey man, you need to take a compliment where a compliment is, get your ribbings in, because we have all either had this said about our stuff or have. That's one of the things that most people don't understand. When, like, if I hear something and I go, yeah, but it's kind of ripping off this or whatever, kind of biting off of this. Just know that I have those same critiques about my own work. You just don't hear me say that about my work because I'm not a crazy person. I'm not talking to myself out loud. Because I've already said all this about a ton of stuff that I've written or done or whatever it may be, So, like, don't take it so seriously, man. Like, nothing is so serious that, like, you can't just have a laugh about it. You know what I mean?
I think the part that frustrates me most about kind of the community, this again in general, is that every comment I see, I would say 90% of the comments that I see are always about the mix. It's always about some fucking snare that's too loud or a bass drum that's too loud. It's never like, that's a good song, but maybe the chorus needs to be a couple of bars shorter, or and that gets me frustrated because people spend so much time trying to focus on mixing, and it's something I can understand why, because if you can get your mix and your kind of demo sounding good, then it does help the song kind of get across to other people.
A good mix won't fix a shitty
But
song, Andrew.
yeah, there is that. And I
There's no
think
there's
I think one of the biggest things that I've noticed is that with like how much a really good mix can kind of like not make you realize the song isn't all that good. But that's kind of what pop music is in a sense. It's like it's brilliantly produced and there is
Mhm.
hooks in there, but to most people that's all it needs to sound good and things like that. And what I've loved more recently is a guy that I discovered at the start of lockdown back in 2020, a guy called Ren. He's been an independent artist and he's always putting out stuff. And his stuff, like for me, he's probably one of the best lyricists and songwriters of a generation. And he's now starting to hit. His latest song High Ren, or one of his latest song High Ren, has been getting reaction bombed completely. Like Justin Hawkins did one. Chris Leapy's done a couple now. He's had
Why do I know that name, Justin Hawkins? Is
he's
that the
the
guy
lead
from The
singer.
Darkness?
Yeah, lead singer of the Darkness.
Okay.
So Ren is young guy. He's probably I don't even think he's even 30. He at the age of 13, he he started getting autoimmune things, but he basically had Lyme disease, so he was bedridden for years. So he wrote a lot of music, and his songs, his lyrics are just so like I just like when I first heard the stuff, I was like, this guy is good. Like he's a storyteller, he's a poet, he's a phenomenal musician. He's kind of like, his rapping is amazing, his voice is amazing, and so he is currently in Canada at the moment getting treatment for this this autoimmune, like, experimental treatment. But he released this song High Rain, which was 9 minutes long.
Oh, so wow.
The song itself is about 7 minutes, and then there's like a 2-minute kind of monologue at the end of it. It's all short.
Oh my God.
But you think, how the hell is this going to be so popular, right?
Yeah, no.
It's,
I would.
Yeah, in the last month, it's had nearly 2 million views.
Holy cow.
He's trending number 18 on the Spotify list because now everybody's finding his back catalogue, all these other songs and stuff that he's done. So he's brilliant. I mean, I have to say, like, and he's a really nice guy.
If you play his stuff, will you get striked?
Well, the thing is, it's annoying because, like, I have played his stuff on the stream before, and it's not been an issue. But sometimes I think it's more YouTube than him. But because people have been doing so many reactions, I might I'll bring one up because I'll maybe just do one of his shorter ones. Just to kind of give you an idea.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me an intro, verse, chorus. That's good enough.
Yeah.
If you're worried about it, like.
Oh no, I'm not worried. All that will happen is the stream will get suspended for a bit. It won't take me down. I'm not fussed about that. But again, he's based in. He's from a town. Well, he lives in a town. Well, lived in a town called Brighton. And he
Brighton.
Oh, Brighton. It's like that's it. I go to his channel and the first thing's like reaction videos. Right, let me just bring this up. To be honest, like, hopefully we can get away with this because anybody who's not heard this is going to be mightily impressed. So let me just bring up.
You're selling this pretty hard.
I mean, you might not like it if you like good rap, and if you like something that tells a story, then I think you'll like it. You might not like it, but I love it, so I'll put it on, and we'll see how long we get. This can be our reaction or your reaction because this is the first time hearing it. So, are you gonna play? Play.
Nope.
Come on, Ren.
I'll have to check it out on my own time if it won't play.
It might.
Or just. There we go. Type in that password.
Why are you not playing?
What's a good phrase that Scottish people say when they get frustrated? Oh, Christ on a bike.
Aye, fuck's sake, you stupid. In fact, let's see if this one. Right, okay, that one's working. So, come on, Hyren. I'll give you a little bit of both, so you can kind of see. I can show you the two sort of styles that he does. I'm gonna mute myself.
Is that dude in a pig mask?
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose if we talk over it a little bit, it might. So these are all done in short videos, live, kind of like. It's got a lapel mic on them.
Fuck, did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back. Deep down you know that. Deep down you know I'm always in periphery. Rent on your pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately, and I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect at always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate. This time is different, man, trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kinda doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one, so you see. You gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Where are your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious, Eminem did it. Played on guitar, Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath us. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside. Newsflash, I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mustopheles, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal, feeble and normal. You wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, Ren. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake.
there's a good chance that, oh no, it's just my iPad ran out of batteries. I thought I'd maybe been taken down there. Yeah, so go and check out his stuff. I mean,
He's like this is like what he's doing is very much like it's like modern day uh Shakespeare.
yeah,
It's performance.
he so the first sort of, I guess, viral track that came about was I submitted it to Trey's stream because I was like, Trey's obviously talking about lyrics, songwriting and stuff, and to me, like, I think Ren is in the top 5% of great songwriters out there. For me personally, again, other people may disagree, but when
No, I mean what he's got is a deadly combination of very simple concepts and a very good way of putting them together.
Mhm.
And so like you can take really high concepts and make them simple for people, digestible. So they're not just, I was talking to somebody about this. It might have been maybe I was talking to Big Kid or somebody. It might have been Big Kid because we're working on a tune together. And I was telling him like if there's you're looking for your lyrical content needs to be Goldilocks. It can't be too pretentious and too wordy because people are not gonna people are gonna be like either they're gonna think you're trying too hard or it's gonna be too hard to sing along to. And it can't be too simple because if it's too simple, you sound juvenile. It sounds like local band, like this is new. You're not used to know what you're doing. So it's got to be Goldilocks. It's got to be just right.
Yeah.
And so when you walk that fine line, that's usually most of the best songwriters that I've ever heard are very good at communicating very high concept, very like intricate ideas with very simple words.
Mhm.
And they do it. I mean, Queens of the Stone Age do it really well.
Again,
And so does
Radiohead.
I don't know.
Pearl Jam. Like, I mean, all the great bands.
I don't know. I'm not a huge Radiohead
Oh, you're
fan.
not a
I know
big
I might get
Radio-
no.
No, that's all right.
I don't.
Like, I mean, again,
I like that. I like that tune that goes. Oh, my head.
Oh yeah,
I like that tune.
Yeah.
But like I'm not. I had a buddy in high school that loved Radiohead and constantly tried to tell me how wrong I was. And it's the same. It's the same. Like I understand that some of my favorite bands were influenced by the Beatles, right?
Mhm.
Because most of '90s grunge, especially the
Yeah.
poppier stuff,
Yeah.
like Nirvana and like all of my favorite bands from the '90s, anywhere from Toadies to Foo Fighters to Nirvana to Soundgarden, they would all tell you that the Beatles were a really important band for them, and I cannot fucking stand the Beatles. Can't stand them. And I understand, okay, that they are important because without them, there would be no any of the bands that I love.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with that. Like it's almost like I don't like the original. It's like I like Aerosmith's version of Come Together more than I like the Beatles version.
The Aerosmith version is very good.
Right? Like
well,
I'm not crazy for saying that.
No, but again, I remember at college.
To be fair, I thought that was an Aerosmith song when I was a kid.
Well, it's funny.
That's an insane thought.
Because that was when I was at college, and like every term we had to do like an end of term gig, so we had to do some cover songs and stuff, and we chose "Come Together" as one of ours, but we did it more along the lines of the Aerosmith version rather than the Beatles version because sort of more distorted guitars and like we kind of
heavier.
We kind of joined them together, but but again, I suppose that's more about the song in a sense that it's like whoever covers that song, because it's such a cool kind of riff, like the bass riff in it.
Well, and that's a testament to the songwriting capabilities of everyone in that band. See, like that's the thing. Like that's one thing that I may not like how the Beatles necessarily sound, but their songwriting is absolutely timeless because they the formula that they used was like, I mean, like like what was that? What's that John Lennon song? It's in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Is it called Shake It Up?
Oh, not Twist and Shout. Is it Twist and Shout?
Twist and
Yeah.
Shout. Is that it?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
what?
I think it starts off with the line, "Shake it up, baby, shake it."
Yeah,
up,
yeah,
baby.
yeah, yeah.
Twist
I can't
and
ever remember the names of their songs. So like, but that song rules. I love that song. I love listening to it. Like, but I'm not going out of my way to listen to the Beatles.
Mhm.
If one of their hits comes on, like Twist and Shout or Come Together, like I'm not changing the channel. It's fine. It's great. And like, who the hell am I, right? Like, who the hell am I to say like, oh, the Beatles are boring? But you know,
But I think a lot of
I don't know,
people-
man. There's a lot of people who think Nirvana sucks. Like, okay,
Yeah, I mean, my dad again, he was much more of a Stones fan than a Beatles. I think there was a big of that thing, like when they're growing up in that time, it was like you either Beatles or Stones.
yeah.
Like, and they
Well,
always,
that meant that you were more into blues than pop.
yeah. I mean, my
Is,
dad
is
like,
really what that was.
yeah. It was my dad got me into all like Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and all that because that was all the stuff that he loved. Like, yes, and I remember the first time I heard Stairway to Heaven and the solo, and it was the solo in that song that made me wanted to learn the guitar. That was like Stairway to
Yeah.
Heaven solo. I was just like, I want to be able to do that. Still never actually learned it. But
You know, really important about that solo more than like with a lot of his solos, and people kind of overlook this. And I don't think they overlook it with David Gilmour. I could be wrong about that, but like David Gilmour and even what he does, what oh my God, I can't think of his name. That's crazy.
Jimmy Page or
Jimmy Page. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Sorry. Or even
Cletus would be turning.
I know.
Like, what?
Cletus would be putting me on a cross. So something about how they write solos, and even like bands like Lynyrd Skynyrd, you can hum the guitar solo. Way underrated in this age of bedroom shredding YouTube stars. If you can hum a guitar solo, that means they wrote something that will live on forever. Like, can you hum the lead guitar solo from Freebird?
I've not heard it enough to hum it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you even saying to me right now?
Again, Lynyrd Skynyrd, I love his songs, but I don't think I've listened to them. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah.
I don't even know how. What? That
It's-
must be an American thing.
I think it's again because when I started out in the guitar, the first sort of bands I was listening to was like Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. So that's what I was desperate to try and learn.
Yeah,
And
no,
then
that makes
realising
sense.
It was really bloody difficult. But I remember when, and then I went through a phase of like wanting to do classical guitar, and I loved trying to learn the classical guitar. I didn't do like proper lessons because it like jazz in a sense or classical, you've kind of just got to focus on that if you want to be proficient at it. And I love to find something I think that's really cool, right? Can I
Right.
steal it and try and do that with my own piece of music? But I got some great feedback. I remember going to it was an acoustic guitar kind of workshop thing, and I'd written this little piece, and it was the first time that the guy who was giving me feedback on it, he sort of said, yeah, it's really good, but there's no sort of melody line on it. You've got this lovely piece, and it was just like a kind of up and down arpeggios kind of thing, and I liked
Right.
it. It was nice, and it had a little feel to it, but it was right, there wasn't so much a melody. It was a backing track in essence. So he said you could either sing a melody over it or try and play something over it. Now I didn't have the skills at the time to figure out how to play a melody over it because I didn't really know the chords or things like that. I didn't know what I was playing. I just knew it sounded nice to me. But now and I know that Trey goes on about it and stuff like that, and people have this, I don't know if it's a fear theory or they just don't want to take the time, but having a small amount of knowledge of theory has been great for me just in the last 2 years because I know like the like chord progressions, and I know the kind of the formula to create a certain mode or a certain sound, and I know what certain things should technically fit over certain chords. It's helped me when I'm sort of going, right, well, I know I'm playing that G, so I know I can play technically these notes around it, and you end up kind of playing, I mean, I'm not writing crazy prog stuff, so most of the time it's just kind of generic pentatonic with a couple of extra notes put in there, but I will try and find something that's a little bit of a different note. Or my biggest weakness as a guitarist and I guess as a songwriter is rhythm, in the sense of it. I play safe rhythms partly down to
what is a safe rhythm?
Well, just because I think if I'm writing on an acoustic and I'm trying to sing along, you end up kind of
you're supposed to
singing them, but I sometimes want more. Like I sometimes want.
But you don't. Yeah, but you don't want more. That's why people always try to overcomplicate the sauce, man. Sometimes a good sauce is just like 3 ingredients.
Well, that's true. The tomato sauce that I used for my lasagna today was just a tin of tomatoes, garlic, and basil. That's it.
What was that? Basil?
Basil.
You put the guy from Austin Powers in your sauce?
I did, yeah. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Get away from me, you lazy-eyed psycho.
Hey, so I gotta say for a second, like, it's so interesting to me to see how many people from outside of the United States have kind of, you guys seem to be coming up with really cool subgenres that I feel like we should have been doing in the United States, and we totally dropped the ball. Because that guy that you just showed me, Ren, like, yeah. I'm sure that there are people that are doing it. I've never heard of them. And I have been to the far corners of the music, local, anything possible. And I guess the closest thing to what that guy was doing would be like if Widespread Panic and Eminem joined forces. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd have to join 2 bands together to make that happen.
What's been lovely about that for me is that when I first sort of discovered him, that I'd message up, like he'd do like Instagram stories when he'd be playing the piano or working on something, and I'd send him a wee message saying that's really cool and he'd always reply. And he nearly came on the charity stream for an interview, but he was getting ready for treatments and stuff like that, and that was fine. And now it's probably going to be impossible because he's
never say impossible.
Well, it's not impossible.
It could totally still happen. And also, I also really appreciate how loosely the Brits, the Scots, all you guys over in Europe, y'all. I love that y'all say twat so freely.
It's funny when we were talking about that. Obviously, like different words have that, like, because like for us, like in Scotland and that, cunt is not a word that is deemed offensive. Well, to some people it's deemed offensive, but it's always kind of used. It's always been used as a bit of a term of endearment over here.
Yeah. Well, I use it as a term of endearment here, but nobody seems to want to like get on that train.
And again, I think it's the same for 13 Floors and Mick in Australia. It's just a kind of like saying mate. And again,
right.
Twat is another one that like we've never seen it as like a really like bad insult. We obviously it means the same thing as it does in America, but it's not seen as because in fact, talking of that, just going off on a tangent. So there's a comedian over here who was part of a duo called Dawn French. So she was part of a duo, French and Saunders. Huge in the 80s and 90s. Lots of comedy sitcoms and things like that. Well, she's got a stand-up show coming up, and her stand-up show, I think, is called Old Fashioned Twat. That's the title of the thing. So that's on all the posters and that. But she
Oh my God, I love it.
She like some of the places was like she had to go to like the advertising standards agencies and saying, I'm referring to myself as that. It's not an insult to anybody else. I'm referring to myself as that. But people are like, oh, it's like that's a bad word. But it's all kind of in the context of things. But that's where obviously writing stuff down and in chats is like you can't. I always wanted to create an app that if you were writing something, when you clicked on the app, like a certain like it would choose a voice, like an AI thing would choose a voice to read that out to the other person. So if you were
so that way you could hear the tone.
Yeah,
and
so if you were writing something that was kind of funny and sarcastic, it might come through to the other person. It might be Bill Burr saying it, like his voice, or something like that, and you just be like, oh, that's really funny. Because if you read something like, you stupid cunt or something like that, and you'd be like, but I'd be like, okay, there's the intent behind it. It's not meant to be mean. It's I like that's so.
Well, that's what was funny. I remember being in
how to use apps and AI generated. Create that, stick it on Facebook.
Well, I was in the car with my mom once, and I was listening to an insane amount of Bill Burr, and so like Boston sayings and everything like that between him, Bobby Kelly, and Louis C.K. and all those comedians from Boston, that Joe Rogan, who spent a lot of time in Boston too, like and Greg Fitzsimmons, they all say go fuck yourself all the time. And like I was in the car with my mom, we were going somewhere, I think I was driving her somewhere to do something, and she said something to me and I went, go fuck yourself. And I was like, it was a complete joke. She lost it on me. Like I was 12. Like I was 12 years old. Oh, no. You don't say that to your mother. And I was like, Ma, I'm just like, it's a joke. And like, what are you taking this so seriously? And then that is the first time that I've really had like a generational gap thing happen that I'm sure will happen with my kids at some point. But like, I don't think that I've ever come across that before where I say something very clearly in my joking, like sarcastic voice, like just get completely completely misconstrued.
I'm gonna interrupt you because we are getting song submissions. I know we were going to listen to your songs, Mr. Stud, but
we don't have to do that.
Listen to other
people are tired of that. Let's do other people's stuff.
So this is sent in on the form. I'll just let's see. So this is sent by Devon, and tell us about your song. It's amazing, cool. And feedback, he just said yes, so we'll give our feedback.
And who's this for?
This is from Styes Day. It's called That Guy. It's YouTube. Now hopefully my iPad won't decide to shit the bed again. Oh, in fact, before we go to your songs, we'll have my little screen that let's see if this works. It's time for your songs, playing your songs. Scene change.
I love it.
I was like, I needed a jingle for the songs. So that was my
The production value on the show, I have to say, is top notch.
It's getting there. It's certainly been Bugger off, you're shite. Fucking
I'm gonna start saying that.
bugger off with your shite.
I'm gonna start doing my best Sean Connery.
Sure. Cool. So, looking forward to this. Let's hit it and we'll give our feedback.
Okay.
That ain't got me started. Alright. No, we on that. I didn't love for so long. Why? Know you think I'm so wrong, but why do you feel that I'm not that guy? Can you show me the keys to life? I'm a real guy. Are you gonna fuck with me? Are you playing both sides? Cause I need to know, baby girl, please don't lie. And you see I'm hurt, baby, look in my eyes. I've tried enough. What is love? Never mind, I don't really get no fuck. When you hang around me, I'm making sure you keep it a buck. Cause I know some niggas that want me to die. I can feel the demon inside. I'm chillin' with the bros, yeah, I'm chillin' with the guys. I'm falling for your love, I think you got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized. I'm done falling for your life. Falling for your jokes and not your cries.
Okay.
That ain't got me started.
Well, Steve, do you want to sound like every other SoundCloud rapper? Because nailed it. I don't have a problem with any of that. It sounds just like 90% of the SoundCloud rappers I've ever heard. However,
yep.
If you want to do something different, I would probably write some actual lyrics. Beats cool enough. I guess like this is like that. I don't know. This is the equivalent to scene metal for me. Scene metal from like the early aughts, where all the bands sounded the same. Rap's all starting to sound the same to me. Could be because I'm old, and I'm just an old dude. So grain of salt, Steve, because I haven't produced hip hop in like over a decade, and all the hip hop I produced was like live instrumentation stuff. So grain of salt, but I would write some actual lyrics about something that you care about or you want to say, or I don't know. It could just be about a good day that you had or a bad day that you had, whatever. I would then try and write that stuff down, and don't worry about rhyming just yet. I would try and get all of you, like, I would try and get a full idea out to where you know that the song has conveyed whatever message you want to get across, whether it's, hey, I had a bad day, hey, I had a good day, whatever it is. Because I know that I write songs that are more about like feeling or feelings or how I'm feeling at a certain time, rather than like do like subject matter stuff. Like I don't write songs about a person or like a job I hated or something like that. So I would try and work that out, and then with that story or whatever idea you have, I would try and make it as simple as possible and come up with a couple of lines, like when you, like I would do a couple of lines that are kind of tongue in cheek, almost like, like sayings that people have that you can kind of try and relate it to your story. Because that seems to be like most of the hip hop that I listen to always has like a one liner or a tongue in cheek kind of thing. That kind of hooks people in and makes it fun to listen to and makes it interesting. Otherwise, if you want to keep doing the SoundCloud rapper thing with trap and mumble rap stuff, you nailed it. Like I don't hear any. I don't know that you will stand out from anyone. But if you want to maybe do something different and stand out a little bit and not just do what everyone else is doing, listen to me. If not, you nailed it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen. So he's 14. So
yeah, that's.
Thanks.
I mean, I figured.
I think that like
this sounds like a young idea.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sending it in. I certainly wouldn't have done anything, but I completely agree that this again is maybe age, but I like to hear the lyrics, and I know that auto tune is a big thing in rap and things like that, but I kind of want to dial it back because you sound like you've got a good voice, and the melody that you had, for me, I thought was quite good. It worked really well with the beat. So I kind of want to hear more of your natural voice. I mean, still, yeah, put effects on and stuff like that because that's maybe sort of. But then again, maybe taking the effects off is going to set you apart from everything else that's out there. If everybody's doing,
and again,
that,
yeah, entirely up to you. Like if you're looking to kind of fit into if you're looking to try and kind of fit into like a genre of like this is what I want to do. I want to sound exactly like this. I think you nailed it. So I wouldn't change anything. So.
But thanks very much for submitting. Appreciate that.
Yeah, keep working on stuff.
Yeah.
Don't let this discourage you. We're just two old men screaming at the sky. We don't know any better than anybody else, I reckon.
Yeah. I mean, fuck's sake, I'm sitting in my kitchen.
I'm holding my microphone. I don't even have a stand for it.
I'm sitting in the kitchen, slightly drunk off red wine. So that's what you got to look forward to in your 40s. Right, so we'll have a listen. We've got one from Skylo Dawn. I think we've had some stuff from Skylo Dawn before, actually. I'm sure I've heard it. From what I can remember, it's quite angry rap. But maybe this is different. But we'll bring it up and we'll have a wee listen. And well, it maybe is going to be angry rap because it's called "Kill That Fucker." So,
well, it's fucker.
Yeah, it's obviously so you don't get taken.
Conal that, sir. Yeah.
K1 la la that.
Mm-hmm. La la, that was a good one. La, la. God, we're such dorks.
I'll tell you a story after this song.
All right.
One of the funniest things ever. Well, for me. But yeah, we'll listen to this and I'll tell you about it after.
Going up to the top, really up. Slip that pussy in his motherfucking throat. Finna cut right into his fucking flesh and leave that pussy on the floor. Go and kill his little sister, leave that bitch right by the door.
All that chatter in my bank, but it seems like I want some more. Got a knife, slim over wrist, all the blood is butter pour. I don't give a flying fuck if you are dead, I can't kill. All that blood is by the spill, all that blood is by the spill. I get no sympathy for your neck, cause I'm gonna go and pop your vessel. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. I get no sympathy for your neck, cause I'm gonna go and pop your vessel. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. Kill that boy, put him in nettles.
Going up to the top, really up. Slip that pussy in his motherfucking throat. Finna cut right into his fucking flesh and leave that pussy on the floor. Go and kill his little sister, leave that bitch right by the door.
All that chatter in my back, but it seems like I want some more. Got a knife, slim over wrist, all the blood is butter pour. I don't give a flying fuck if you are dead, I can't kill. All that blood is by the spill, all that blood is by the spill. I give me some for your neck, cause I'm gonna go and pop your vest. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. I give me some for your neck, cause I'm gonna go and pop your vest. Kill that boy, put him in nettles. Kill that boy, put him in nettles.
Yeah, cool.
You want to go first?
Yeah, it's funny. The more I hear this kind of stuff, the more the more I kind of like it. I like it and I don't like it. It's got like it's got a total vibe about it. And I do like that kind of. It felt like there was a good performance in the delivery of the lyrics. Again, I'd want to hear them more. It just felt like there was too much stuff on it, and I was right. It was kind of angry sounding, but
Yeah,
it's
no, it was definitely angry.
uh,
He didn't have a problem enunciating. That's for sure.
yes, yes. I think it's definitely it's always kind of like a vibe, and I never really feel like I can give criticism on stuff like this because I don't listen to enough of it to sort of say, right, okay, there's a person that does the same style but does it so much more developed or something like that. I think it's a good length of track for that because it had like that kind of slow beat to it. I'd maybe want the delivery of the lyrics maybe to be a touch faster. To
Well, in some places for sure. It's out of time in some places.
But that's about as much as I can say in it, Mr. Stud.
Okay. Well, so first things first, the vibe is there. It's kind of funny. That beat is basically My Posse's on Broadway by Sir Mix-a-Lot. Now, if you've never heard of Sir Mix-a-Lot, that's crazy because he's the one that wrote Baby Got Back.
I have heard of
And you would
Sir
never
Mix-a-Lot.
know. Yeah. And you would have never known that record, the Baby Got Back record, on that same record had some really great songs on it, including My Posse's on Broadway. I mean, what I would do is if you're going to stick with that sound, I would find somebody who produces hip hop. I would have them fit, like if you made that beat yourself, I would have them mix it for you. And if they're going to go ahead and mix that, see if they can mix your vocals in as well. Some of the effects you had were cool. The biggest problem is that since it's hip hop, rap, whatever you want to call it, you're going to have to make sure that you're still in time. And getting off on time is like numero uno. Like that is the cardinal sin of not having flow. And I understand how that sounds coming out of my mouth, but if your flow's off, it's whack. And nobody wants to listen to it. Simple as. So, getting off the beat or not having flow, whatever you want to call it, you're out of time. Fix that. And if you fix that, it'll sound cooler and you'll sound more professional. I would also stay away from lyrics like this is just a personal taste thing, and it's only if you want to have a more broad audience. I would stay away from really violent imagery, like killing a kid and his sister is basically what that song's about.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably stay away from that just because it's not going to get you a very big audience. I would maybe try and write something a little less violent. That's all. But again, like that is a complete taste choice thing. It nothing to do here or there. There are plenty of people. I mean, God, Eminem's one of the biggest rappers ever, and he made a song about raping and killing his mother. So
yeah, but
you know,
I think
like
again, I think what we were talking about earlier about lyricists and good lyricists, they can take a subject matter like that and turn it into something kind of artistic. It doesn't like it.
You have to try and not be super simplified when
Yeah.
tackling really crazy subject matters like that. You have to be more tongue in cheek about it.
Yeah, and I think
In order to grab a broader audience. Now, if you're not after a broad audience, if you're looking for just people who want that and that alone, perfect.
or go down the death metal route and just scream it all so people can't understand that you're talking about
Right.
Like, because you read the lyrics of some of these bands and you're thinking, Jesus. But then you hear it.
I don't think they actually sing those lyrics, by the way.
Well, no,
I think they write this poetry out
Yeah.
and they just go over a lot of it, and I don't think they're actually saying that stuff at all. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's a fun, yeah. I mean, the violent lyric things is always going to be kind of polarizing, and yeah, if you're looking for a broader audience, it's not going to happen. But if you just like, it's just something to get out there, whether it's a thought or something like that, then yeah, go for it. But just don't expect that you're gonna get lots of people going, oh, that's really good, I really want to hear about child murder. Woohoo.
But it's definitely like you have an idea there, and it's definitely more fleshed out than some of the other like hip hop stuff I've heard on some of these streams. So like it's not like it's getting there, but the biggest thing is just watch your timing and make sure you're not getting off, because that's really like the majority of what people want to hear.
Yeah, I think definitely hip hop is probably going to be. It's not one of the genres that you feel that you can go off the beat. Like,
it should never go off the beat ever.
So this is sent in by. This is No Love Polo. Now, Polified Dreams and Nightmares is a remix, so I'm hoping that this isn't like our. Well, let's play it and find out. Fuck it.
Let's see.
Ooh, nice.
In this fucking evil world, there's two sides like his chest. And once you start to come up, they start to show you respect. They start to act like they your friends, but try to come for your neck. You have to look out for them snakes that have no heart in their chest. They cold-hearted, they think it's a game. Whoever going the farthest, trying to feed off of you and trying to backdoor regardless. I already made that mistake, and now I'm back where I started. Make me heartless, fuck the charts or fuck the things I accomplished. I'm going farther, fuck the problems that I had in my life. You never had to fucking struggle, man. You think this shit nice? It's time for Dollar Tree for dinner. Ain't no lobster tonight. Yeah, we was down up on the ass until I got myself right. I started writing, I'm like Tyson when it comes to the mic. I started fighting with my mental to get my confidence right. But then I found out about my talent, started rapping all night. So no one can tell me shit when I wasted most of my life doing this music. It's confused and tell me what's the point of hate. So much trauma in my life, I'm still traumatized till this day. Nobody in my life asking, yo Polo, are you okay? Can't relate, coming from the mud with nothing on my plate. Gotta hate how you always put me through these fucking bad times. All that work all night, so tell me what the fuck's a bedtime? Demons in my body, they scratching right through my insides. All these haters, salty bitches, ain't no fucking french fries. When I was all alone, no one ever grabbed that phone and told me to keep my head up, so I'm walking with no soul. And you think this shit's a game? Bitch, you think this shit's a joke? Man, all y'all suck my dick cause I already know where to go. Man, I'm Polo, bitch. Polo did it solo, bitch. Hate inside my heart, stuck in the dark like where you going, bitch. Chase you with a blicky with some titties, split you open, bitch. Damage done so bad they have to fucking close your coffin, bitch. That's just how we move and it's time to just come back. So you go watch Polo then bounce back, but you already know that I'm on that. She said she's like a motherfucking mousetrap. Throw him off and cut like a corner matata. Class to designer, be rocking the Prada. Fucking this bitch like what is the problem that I giving the beats like a Marcos Madonna? Wait, you can't escape. Open his head like a fucking Beyonce. Pull up to a bunker, we spray up a Roger. Bullets the fullest, we knocking his cousin. They holler, be holler, we cooking the lobster. Shit, we get messy, we kicking like saga. So they be licking and tipping and dick that I'm slipping it in, man. I turn to a monster. Not in the lips like she swallow with kicking. I know that's your bitch, man. She is on my prom. You know that we with it, we knock up his fitted. He's sweet with the fishes, that's what it's gon' cost. Infinite ammunition, I'm different pistol whipping these bitches. I'm going up to the riches, I gotta get it out. Yeah, you say you hobby, you wasting, I'm cooking up in the kitchen. I'm really flipping and whipping it for you to make it out. That's but be honest, be tripping them, and nothing, be sipping them, many months because instead of really proud. That's it, it's sad. Fuck it, I'm going through the dash. Time to just put on the mask. With a big tech on my lap, I'm going fast, pushing a buck on the dash. Pushing a buck on the dash.
Well, we just came full circle, didn't we? You're muted, Andrew.
That's getting a wee clap from it. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the build up. It constantly builds. You had just each section just got that little bit more interesting, and there was great passion in the delivery. For me, on a sort of, I guess, technical point, when we were just talking about how important it was to be on the beat, it was a little bit off, and I think that with more takes and maybe working with a producer that could keep you sort of to do the retakes would be really good, because I think it would hit harder that way. But overall, I can honestly say this is probably the best like hip hop submission that I've had on the show. So well done for that. I thought
That was
it
decent.
Good.
Yeah. That was really.
For only
16.
being 16 is I'm looking forward to see you develop, because that was.
I only heard a couple of spots where he kind of got off a little bit, but again, like that's kind of like you get the right producer to get you to retake a couple of things. Just so, man, I'll tell you, I've worked with a couple of different producers, and I've recorded myself, and I've done everything, and sometimes it's just nice that someone else is pressing the button so you can just focus on the performance. And really, that makes a huge difference when all you have to worry about is nailing something and paying attention to what you're doing, rather than hitting record and making sure you started on time. It adds a whole litany of like other problems that you really don't think about until you have someone else, and all you have to do is just right in front of the mic and read your lyrics and listen to the beat and make sure that you're there. Yeah, man, the delivery was really great. He had really, really good dynamic like delivery where he, like you said, he built. If I were to produce this song, I would have made that intro way shorter. I would have built up maybe like 8-12 bars, like in that slow build up, and I would come in hard like you did when the drums kicked.
Yeah.
And then to build more dynamics, you could pull it back a little bit. Do a drum break where you like kind of soften up a little bit, and you ba 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 ba, and then boom, and go harder again.
Yeah.
Build it like you would listen to. I mean, I assume everybody kept saying Meek Mills in the chat. Is that who that reminds them of, or is this like did he use a sample of his, or like what's the deal? Like if you listen to Meek Mills, I assume that this guy knows how to structure his songs that way. The same with Childish Gambino and who's the guy that did that record? Damn, I can't think of his name right now, but he won a bunch of Grammys a couple years ago. And they all kind of have that same style. They kind of tell a story a little bit, or they have like a good subject matter. Oh, it's the same beat. Okay, all right. So what I would do is I would find someone who is like an up and coming guy that you know that makes good beats, and pay him to make you a good beat that's original for your stuff, and have him help you produce it to where you can Kendrick Lamar. Thanks, 13. So listen to those guys and listen to how their songs are produced and how they structure their songs, because it's not just one big build up and out. Like I know you hear a lot of mixtape stuff like that, but if you actually listen to their albums, their songs that they put out that like make millions of dollars in streams and all that stuff, they have a structure that's like a 2.5 to 3 minute song that builds kind of like this and goes way up and then crescendos and it's done. So just keep that in mind. But man, this is a strong start. Yeah. I would definitely find somebody to help. If you don't know how to do it yourself, find somebody. But if you want to learn how to make your own beats, what you're doing is you're just taking more of the middleman out. But I mean, I like working with people who can kind of take the driver's seat while all I have to do is focus on a performance.
Yeah, I've always wanted to say this. Get thee to a producer.
Yeah. What we got coming up next? Ooh, new Shadow of the Throne.
Mr. Daniel Jimenez. That's how I'm going to pronounce your name from now on, Daniel. Hello, Mr. Daniel Jimenez. He's going to be up next, and I've got a few the forms coming in, which is cool. Let me just paste this one, and I'll get that. So yeah, we'll have a listen to Meltdown. This is Shadow of the Throne. This is Danny in the chat. The original Meek Mill song has 290 million. 290 million? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of streams.
And that's literally just his. That is the original Topher. That's the original. Like, that's how the song is structured. He just rapped differently over it. Polo, maybe you can tell me.
Yeah. Well,
I'm curious.
So it's a remix of his song. So yeah, I'm guessing that you get the beat, and then you create your own lyrics and rhythms and stuff over it.
This is such an old man YouTube. Now, what you do is you get the beat.
Tell us, son. Tell us what you did with the song. Did you
Please
press
tell
the
us.
button?
Did you see a wizard? Did the wizard give you the song?
Answer me these questions, C, and hear the other side, DC. What is your name? Sir Lancelot the Brave. What is your quest?
Okay, so that's how the song is structured. Topher says, "Holy God, I am old because I'm like, man, that intro was way too long." But it shows what I know: 290 million streams. I don't think I have 290 streams on anything I've ever done.
Transylvania Stud. We have, I think, 11 people watching us. So
no,
maybe not. I don't know. It might only be 9. But take
right,
that.
play
290 million streams. Brr. Right. Let's hit into it. Sorry, Danny. I don't know what happened there.
And your iPad hates you today.
I know. It's saying 100% battery, and then it's going, no.
Well, to be fair, I've heard this song before, and I don't. Man, it's been so long. Were you on the stream when they played My Terrible Metal song? I don't. I'm not.
It wasn't a terrible metal song.
Yeah. So I've listened to it a couple of times, and I think the only feedback I had was like a mix thing that I already told Daniel about, and it really and truly, it's just like it's like a taste thing because I'm not like I don't mix my own stuff, so I don't really have any notes for you, man. I mean, you know what you're doing, so you don't really need anything from me, dude.
I love the way it kicks in. Like it kicks in good, and it definitely to me feels probably like one of your it's fucking over, bros. Here's Chuck. It feels to me like you're probably your hookiest of your songs. Like the chorus, like is definitely.
I really
like
do
that.
enjoy that.
Yeah.
That chorus hook. That kind of like, I don't know what do you call that scale? Phrygian or whatever it is.
Yeah,
the Egyptian scale.
Yeah, it could be Phrygian dominant if it's that Egyptian scale thing.
I don't know. I'm gonna
try and
leave that to you nerds.
I'm going to try and sound like a smart guy. Well, actually, it's got a flat 2 with a major third over it, and that's what makes it dominant.
Shut up, nerd. Yeah, I don't know. I know that I like it. I know that it sounds good, and I really enjoy that. Eric and I were talking about how we just like, because we're working on some new stuff, and we were like, man, we just need to make like a bunch of songs that are like about ancient Egypt and all of it in like that Phrygian, like Egyptian thing, basically just a ripoff of Nile. And I was like, yes, because I love those harmonies. I love those melodies. I love that stuff to death. I think it's so cool.
Right. We are
chorus is major.
Doing so.
Don't know what that means, Daniel, but I know that I like it and it sounds good.
So is
gonna bring it up on the old computer instead.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the old computer.
All right, well you get it set up. I can vamp.
You vamp away.
I'll vamp and you get.
It's not too bad. It's like it's just a small screen at the moment, but we'll make it bigger.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll go back to Danny.
I also like those little meadlies. That's what I call them.
Yep.
Yeah, little meadlies. It makes me feel like I'm going crazy in the song, and I enjoy those. Like little Christmas tracks in a song like that.
Okay, we're just going to do a little test here. Now, what I will say is there's a very good chance, I don't know actually how the audio's been for you, Transylvania Stud.
That's fine to me.
It's been okay to you, right? Okay. Cool. Because it might come through as mono. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it will, but we'll find out. Hopefully it won't. Hopefully it'll just come through fine, but let's find out. Fuck it.
Yeah, you gotta get to the breakdown part. Get about halfway through because that's really what we want. Get to that.
Let me hit the ground. The empty sounds on the floor. Feeling pain nevermore. Now it's wanting more. Always wanting
I love those dive bombs and that they crack me up. Reminds me of like stuff like Job for a Cowboy used to do way back in the day.
I particularly like the very last fucking meltdown. Just putting a button on it.
It's a proper tune.
It's a proper tune, man. That's fucking good, mate. Right, so this is Little Surty. Now, they did say something about this, but I can't remember. It was on the forum. I think it was just general feedback. If you're in the chat, Little Surty, let us know what kind of feedback you want, if you want any at all.
Are you pronouncing Lil? Like little?
I think
Lil.
I am, yeah. It's Lil. Sorry.
Lil. Me thinks we have more rap on the way.
Hello, I'm...
That should be like folk music.
I'm Little Surty.
Yeah. This is my tune about Middle-earth.
I'm going to write a song. Here we go. Twiddly-dee.
Are things just more fanciful because you're Scottish?
Yeah, it's completely... Ooh, I like this beat.
No money on my card, cause I spent it all. Broke till my next song dropped, then I'm a ball. Plug told me that he busy, but I'm still on call. Make the money flow, yeah, like a waterfall. Pull up with the slat, drop on me, it's black as matte, yeah. Pull up on the scene, gonna take him out with that gat, yeah. Go use that bitch, only go and go tap, yeah. But it ain't no singing, bitch, we up on that trap shit. Pull up with the slat, gun coming in, finna make you splat, shoot at my gang, promise I'll shoot you back, bitch fuck with me, that's what your girl, what you lacking. Your girl gonna go run into you, saying I'm packing, bitch. No money on my card, cause I spent it all. Broke till my next song dropped, then I'm a ball. Plug told me that he busy, but I'm still on call. Make the money flow, yeah, like a waterfall. If you run up on me, I'ma leave him leaking, ho, yeah. Drown him in his blood, baptize him like a pope, ho, yeah. Pull up at your spot, 223 with a scope, ho. 1700, bitch, yeah. I'ma hang in with a rope, yeah. So damn high, yeah. Think I'm finna float, bitch, yeah. Go slut, finna put my dick in her throat, my dick so long, finna make that bitch choke, my bitch is better, I'm becoming a goat, you didn't see me coming, I'm a ghost, Pokemon so hard, she finna have a stroke, gonna snort that white off a pretty bitch, that's some coke, still in my lungs, you gonna see some smoke, no Biscotti, I'm talking about that dope, I'm not pretty good, no time to cope, God, that's something you should quote, I just spit my lyrics, better take some notes, your dick so small, we're gonna need a microscope, pitch between the lines, bitch, you in my scope, you think I'm kidding, but bitch, I'm no joke, need to revoke, demons awoke, bitch, I'm afloat, bitch, I'm the goat, that bitch a bop, I'ma click like remote, I'ma dip from your crib, I'ma leave your bitch soaked, feel like a speedboat, cause that bitch is smoked, fuck with my money, I'll turn you to toast, fuck with the wrong side, maybe the west coast, she your body there, leave you decomposed, throw the gun in the river, gotta dispose, but you're so ugly, bitch, you're a cockroach, shit behind my back, I'm gonna approach, your girl said you're needy, you need a coat, blowing her back out, her bed might break, pounding it so hard, she thinks it's an earthquake, I can feel her legs starting to shake, when I'm finished with her, she's probably squirting like a waterfall, waterfall, waterfall. No money on my card, cause I spent it all, broke till my next song dropped, then I'm a ball. Plug told me that he busy, but I'm still on call. Make the money flow, yeah, like a waterfall.
I'm gonna sound like old man again, but when you do hip hop, you cannot do things out of time. You cannot do them out of time ever. So fix that. Number one, got to fix that. Number two, and I understand that like some of that, I think some of that was like a choice of like trying to do something a little bit more creative. Like maybe he was trying different voices and maybe trying to change his voice a lot in the song. So like it's, I get that. But if you care, and again, it sounds like he wants more mix advice than anything. Mm-hmm. Your mix doesn't matter if your song isn't good. Okay. So you have to fix the song stuff first. You have to fix the basic stuff because you can make that sound pristine. Okay. Like you spend $1 million on it, but you have to be on time and your song has to be good. Now, your hook is decent enough. I mean, it's pretty low brow, but that's popular, so who cares? And people love, putting that kind of shit on Instagram, so it doesn't matter, right? So if you want that to be better, I think you should have someone else sing it because your voice is a little high for it. You need a lower voice doing that. Make your voice lower. You can do that too. You can pitch shift it, or get somebody else to do it. But I would do a lower voice there. And then I would work on where you can drop certain elements of what's going on to kind of mix things up a little bit, make it a little bit more interesting to listen to. Like take out those steel drums in a couple of places. Other than that, I mean, you need to work on the basics, though. You need to make sure you're on time. That's really it.
Yeah, to me, if I can liken it to, I guess, from a guitarist standpoint, it's almost like your lyric delivery is a little bit like a guitarist trying to play something that's maybe just slightly out of their capabilities, and they're trying to play it too fast when they kind of need to slow it down and get it right on time. So if somebody's learning a guitar passage, sometimes they'll bump up the BPM to try and play it too fast, so then when they drop it back down to the original BPM or slightly slower, it's a lot easier. And that's kind of how I felt with the lyric deliveries in the fast bit. It was like the ideas were there, but the ability to get your mouth around the lyrics in time wasn't quite there. So that's something I guess is just going to come with practice. And maybe if you are doing it yourself, if you're doing everything yourself, then just going down and breaking it section by section and even just going line by line to get that. Because I think, as Transylvania's said, like, it's all about the rhythm and the timing with hip hop, and if it's not there, it's not going to hit. I'm going to say to everybody who is submitting hip hop tracks and stuff like that, I know bugger all about it, so you can take it or leave it. But what I would say is, if you haven't already, go and check out Bobby Everything. His channel focuses more on this style of music, and you would probably get definitely more helpful and maybe more critical feedback in the chat, but from Bobby. And I think that's from stuff that I've heard on his channel and what I've heard and stuff that I listen to. I think it's like, yeah, let's slow it down, get the delivery and the timing right on that, and that'll make this sound, because the mix sounded fine to me. Like nothing sounded horrible or super loud. I think just it's maybe a confidence in the lyric delivery, which, like any kind of singing, any kind of vocal, is always going to be the tough bit. Once you've got the confidence and once you're 100% starting on the rhythm of something, you're going to deliver it better.
Yeah, and listen to other styles of hip hop other than the three that you listen to. Listen to other styles of it. Listen to old stuff. Get inspired. Find something cool in something that's been done that isn't popular right now, because it's a good way for you to kind of borrow from that and stand out from everybody else who's doing this stuff. Because that's what all of us rock guys, that's all we do all the time. We're constantly biting off our heroes or other people that are doing stuff. So that way we're trying to stand out rather than sound exactly like every other band. Just a little tidbit there. I don't know if it'll help.
But we all end up sounding like each other anyway. Believe me,
we're all just mac and cheese here.
What these streams and watching these streams have opened my eyes to is that it doesn't matter what genre of music it is, there's still that they're obviously all fall into the same patterns in each genre. Like metal falls into similar patterns, rock will fall, like there's all those kind of cliches and things like that. And I think it's refreshing when you hear something that's maybe a little bit different. But there's also being that first person to do something different, sometimes it's got to be done well, and that's the hardest thing, I think. It's doing something well, different, and unique.
It doesn't even have to be done well sometimes. I mean, there's plenty of bands that just did something completely different. I mean, Gigi Allen was real different, and boy, howdy, was he horrible. But people loved him.
I thought you were going to say, did something different, it was amazing, but no.
No, it was not. It was awful. Objectively, it was awful.
It was terrible. So we've got Skylo Dawn. I'm going to play Needle Guts next because we've had one from yourself, and Needle Guts popped this in the form as well. So Praise the Sun, produced by Sent from Iraq and HXLX, and let's.
You're welcome, Salad. We are truly trying to help. No one's trying to shit on you, man. Like,
Yeah,
it takes a lot of courage just to put yourself out there and put your stuff on for other people to, like, you're asking for people to kind of rip it apart. So yeah, keep at it. You're on the right track. You're doing good.
We're always, I mean, all these streams, we're always trying to do a feedback in a honest and kind way that it can sometimes feel like shit, but it will help you on the next song because it'll be in your head, and it might just make you make that decision that go, actually, I'm going to give that lyric another go because I remember what they said the last time, and I don't want that feeling that I had when they tore my song apart anymore. So I'm gonna prove them wrong.
Well, this is what music communities used to do when you would go to live shows.
Yeah.
Now a lot of you don't play live shows and mostly produce stuff in your rooms, which most of us do now anyway, just because it's cheaper. But most bands would still get to go out and play live. So you guys don't really have that option if you do like hip hop. You know what I mean? That's not a. You have to be at a certain level before people will want to come see your hip hop stuff. A lot of times you can talk your girlfriends into coming to rock shows. They come begrudgingly, but they'd show up anyway. So you're not just playing in front of the sound guy, which I have done on numerous.
I've had gigs like that. It's good. You start it off, and it's like, there's nobody here. Oh well, it's a rehearsal, practice. It's ironically weirdly enough, the very, very first gig that I ever, like, our band played was the busiest gig that we had. And then after that, just kind of went downhill. We started off on a high and went that. Salad, 16 as well, like, you're...
Oh, Christ. All these kids.
I know. It's like, I'm like, holy shit, I'm literally old enough to be all their fathers. Not your dad. Not your dad.
You very well could be, you magnificent bastard.
You handsome motherfucker. Right, let's get on to Needle Guts. Here we go.
Fuck that bitch.
Necro Society, the best terrorists ever.
I don't listen to normal music like geeks. I only listen to Necro Society.
Game
Stop It Autoplay.
I couldn't understand, like, I couldn't hear the lyrics well enough to like know if he was on beat, but I didn't hear anything that was off.
To me, that felt like that felt like a cool rhythm that would do well in like a metalcore song. Like it would make a
that definitely
metalcore
had
sort of
a-
interesting, like with the distorted vocals and stuff like that. That would be like, I feel that would be quite a cool mix of
Urban City
style.
Industrial Trap. Yeah, that is Industrial Trap's pretty. That's pretty. Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
What kind of feedback do you want, Guts? Like, what
did he say? He might have said something.
Yeah, you can put it in the chat.
Yeah, stick it in the chat, because otherwise everybody will see my emails and they'll find
Nobody
out.
wants to see his emails.
They'll see all the porn I've been. All the emails I've been downloading.
Oh, the busy business I've been doing.
I think it was just kind of general feedback, or just to sort of share it out. It sounded good to me. It sounded well mixed. It had a cool vibe. I liked it. To me, yeah, it would feel
It was
like
real smash, though. I mean, it was like, you've got to have mix is a main thing. All right, well, I'm out. There are people in this chat though that could probably help you with a mix. Yeah. Where would he go? I
would say Bobby Everything would probably be a good shout for kind of getting mixed feedback on the style of music. You could check out the Audio Brothers. Like Eric would probably be able to give you, and Chuck would probably be able to give you some sort of help with it. But I mean, I certainly couldn't. I'm trying to think. There's Farm.
It's smashed. That's really the main thing, is that is way too overly compressed. I don't know what you have on your master bus. Not to get too inside baseball here, but like there is something on your master bus that is absolutely smashing the shit out of this song, and it's like it's bothersome to listen to because of that. Now, that's just because of how like my ears hear it. That could be a total style and people may like that, I don't know, but it is hot. Like hot smashed.
But it was cool. Like I
thought the structure and everything was cool.
Yeah, the only thing I felt a little bit at the end, it seemed to lose the rhythm slightly. Like the beat, I don't know if I was just like, because it maybe just changed the time signature or something, but something felt a little wonky just towards the end.
Well, I think everything being like smashed and distorted that way, like here's the thing. Distortion is good when it's analog because it sounds warm and it's kind of more of an overdrive. When you digitally distort something, it is creating a digital distortion that is like not pleasant to the ear. And a lot of times what they'll end up doing, they'll end up mixing signals with things. And it used to be a big problem I had when I would do mixes because I didn't know how to use compressors or gain structures or anything like that. So I would definitely find somebody who could show you how to do gain structuring for your stuff. So that way you could mellow out your mix a little bit. Because there's a way to make it feel aggressive without just smashing it with compressors and limiters. Because it's gonna feel too. It makes it sound like I don't know how to put it into words. Like there's like it's unpleasant. That being said, that's just mixed stuff. Like the song structure, from what I could tell, it seems like the song structure is there. You have the structure that you want. Didn't seem like you really got off the beat at all. So that's important in hip hop. So it sounds like you got the basic stuff down. You just need more of like the more nitpicky stuff that like to make it more accessible for people. So
I just typed into Google "stop overcompressing your hip hop tracks," And then the videos,
there we go.
there's like easy tips for mixing rap and hip hop, how to compress your rap vocals, mixing and mastering a rap song to a 2-track beat. So that's like the first 3 on the search for that on YouTube. One of them is Isotope Incorporated, so that'll probably quite good. And another guy's Lifestyle did it. So yeah, just like YouTube's going to be your guide.
I wish I had more like a better way to direct you, honestly, because I mean, like, I think you've got something there for sure. I don't know how to tell you, like, other than to say like it's smashed and you need to chill it out. That's all. Because otherwise, I think it'd be kind of a cool tune.
But more importantly, you have a cool track and song and a cool vibe, and that's the hardest part half the time.
Yeah, you've got the hard part over with. Now all you need is somebody who can kind of guide you in the way that you need for a mix. Hope that helps.
Right, so I've got that one.
All right, AJ, you got me for 10 more minutes, and then
10
I need
more
to go
minutes.
do bedtime.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is I've had that one. Right. We'll go back to Skylo Dawn. Oh no, sorry. We'll go back to you, Skylo Dawn. There's another one here this is from Chronic. This is MIA Cancerous, and we'll hit it.
MIA, I'm in space, hidden like a secret glitch. Playing life like GTA, I've been getting hella rich. Get out my face, I got a bay, I got me the baddest bitch. Operate like a parade, don't you move, it's just a pinch. MIA, I'm in space, hidden like a secret glitch. Playing life like GTA, I've been getting hella rich. Get out my face, I got a bay, I got me the baddest bitch. Operate like a parade, don't you move, it's just a pinch. Get to the money, then I get my stats up, yeah. Ball so hard, I feel like a cavalier. I see rain all the time, so why would I care about your tears? She all about drama like she Shakespeare. Man, it's still I can't bleed. Friends turn into enemies. Hate it when you around me. You can go, you can leave. Silencer, oh my god. To shoot him up secretly. When life gets hard, I get drunk. Chugging down a Hennessy. MIA, I'm in space, hidden like a secret glitch. Playing life like GTA, I've been getting hella rich. Get out my face, I got a bay, I got me the baddest bitch. Operate like a parade, don't you move, it's just a pinch. MIA, I'm in space, hidden like a secret glitch. Playing life like GTA, I've been getting hella rich. Get out my face, I got a bay, I got me the baddest bitch. Operate like a parade, don't you move, it's just a pinch.
See in the chat? MIA? He? She?
Or is he
Person?
MIA?
Easy, Dad. Easy. Hey there, Dad.
Hello. Is he in the chat? I don't know.
I don't think so. Did he say anything about like what kind of feedback?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna take that off while I have a quick look in the email. Because I think there wasn't anything on the Discord from it, but I don't know if he maybe sent it. So that was Needle Guts. Makes me chuckle. Yeah, we got Little Sarty. We did that one. T-Dot be bugging. Is that the one? No. Oh. I'm just going to copy pasta. Didn't seem to be anything on the Discord.
Okay.
Sort of asking feedback wise, just
Stop listening to trap rap and listen to something else. Stop listening to it. It's rotting your brain. and you made the same song that I've heard 100,000 times on SoundCloud. Stop listening to this trash music and find something that inspires you to want to actually write a song, and that makes that figure out something that you want to say that you feel like you can't say unless you put it in a song. Like, try and find something to be inspired by, because this idea that this isn't, I take music entirely too seriously in some aspects. And I feel like this is no different than like this chugga nonsense that I used to hear all the time in the metalcore scene, where like all the songs were exactly the same. Here's the intro, here's the verse, and then here's the verse with the heavy vocals, and then here's the chorus with the pretty vocals. And I was in a band like that. Like I remember all that. Like, what do you feel like you're offering anyone or even yourself by making the same song that 1,000 other people have made, in terms of like cliche lyrics, cliche vocals, over auto-tune for no good reason whatsoever? Nothing interesting about your flow, nothing interesting about the beat that you made. You didn't even try and like drop out any elements to make it interesting for people to listen to. So, what about that do you think is good? That's what you have to ask yourself. Because again, there are plenty of people who like listening to that stuff, like and love it in the background to do that kind of thing. Like, I listen to all kinds of different music that's just kind of like monotonous, and you really don't have to pay attention to it. It's like background music, especially while you work or something. It kind of keeps you focused and in the zone. So do you want to make background elevator music that people don't care about, don't identify with, and it's just something you put on? Or do you want to make something that maybe like somebody will hear and they'll go, oh my God, this is my favorite song? That's what you got to ask yourself. Because if you want to make elevator music, nailed it. No feedback.
That
Are you okay, Andrew?
yeah, sorry. That way where you're trying to like do 5 things at once, and your brain just
focus.
poops itself.
Focus. Do this thing.
Yeah. So the song, the melody grew on me, but there was no never felt like there was any performance in the performance. It just and I don't know if that's just a style of this kind of lazy kind of sounding thing, but I think you can sound lazy but still have a performance, because country singers have been doing it for fucking years. So that's my dig at country singers. But this kind of
I mean, look, there is someone like this in every genre. Like, don't think it's just because of hip hop that I'm like giving you a hard time. Whoever it may be, wherever you are.
I think it might be feedback. Uncrowned King in the chat. Is this you? Are you MIA Uncrowned King? Because we're not. We're trying to be honest with what we know now. Transylvania has produced hip hop in the past.
It was old, right? Like it's not like it's not. It's definitely not the same thing. And again, like, you've nailed the SoundCloud rapper sound. Right. You've nailed it. So there's no feedback for that. So the only feedback I would have is, are you? Oh yeah, it's not him. So the only feedback would be like, what do you want to do? Because this is the starting point. Like, all right, you've made your little, I bought this beat and then used Fruity Loops or whatever it was that you used, and I made this and I put it on SoundCloud and I sound like all the other SoundCloud rappers. Where do you want to go from here? Do you want to keep being a SoundCloud rapper, or do you want to make something that's cool, you may make someone's favorite song one day? Just like when Andrew saw Ren for the first time and saw his stuff and was just completely blown away by him, and Ren was a nobody. When I saw Chris Stapleton singing bluegrass music in a band called Steel Drivers before he was ever anyone or anything, before he wrote any of his hits, before he did anything, like, or somebody like imagine like going to a concert like in the basement of like an old club in New York and like just stumbling upon like I don't know, think of any prolific rapper. Like imagine being in like 1991 and like just seeing Busta Rhymes at a club in front of 10 people. Like there's something special about these people, and you have to figure out what that's going to be for you. Otherwise, you're just making elevator music. And all of us who are musicians or artists or whatever you want to call yourself, we all go through that where we have to make a decision on whether or not we want to just kind of make, you know, like stuff that's going to be played in the background, or we're going to try and write a song that lives forever. Sorry, that's a bit of a rant. It's important because I feel like there's a lot of people without any purpose, and they do this stuff because they think it's going to make them famous rather than actually care about just making something that they like and they think is cool.
Yeah, I think like, I mean, for me personally, it was a case of I wanted to write the songs that I could hear in my own head, and I wanted to be able to create them out to people, because in my head, like, they sound great in my head, but often the case was getting them out there. They didn't sound like they do, and that's where I realized the feedback and the help and outsourcing and speaking to the people and things like that has been the biggest help. And I mean, I suppose it's kind of like you're submitting songs. It's funny because somebody said we're getting a lot of hip hop, and my sentiment to that is that, well, just look at me in Transylvania Stud. I mean, we're like clearly the most hip hop looking, like, pasty white Scottish guy in his kitchen. He's gonna tell you how to write good
well, here's the other thing. I think there's definitely this new thing now where people are just going to every show they can find on the internet. They'll just Google like submission shows or whatever and just go through it and find as many places to put their music as they can, because they think that that's what's gonna, like, that's somehow the process. That is not the process. No. Let me go ahead and help everyone ever. All 10 of you that can see this.
Hey, we've had
the process
at least 15
is
people watching this.
Yeah. The process is write a song from start to finish with decent lyrics. They don't have to be amazing lyrics. They can be decent. Something you can sing along to, something that'll catch in somebody's head. And then throw that song away and try and make 5 more like it. That is the process. Mindlessly putting your elevator music in submission forms for people to play on their streams is not the process. That's not how you get better. Go be around people. Go and show your music to physical people in the world before you put them on streaming shows. Like, there's a process to like try and trim the fat on some of this stuff, so you're not just aimlessly like throwing things out into the ether. Because yeah, I can try and give you feedback on a SoundCloud trap song. I can, but why? Why not just write a better song? Again, no judgment. I have never written a hit in my life, and you can certainly tell me to piss off because I've never written a hit, so it doesn't matter. I'm just telling you, all of my favorite artists, whether it be hip hop to country to whatever, they all write songs that are going to live on forever. They're all going to be around long after we're gone. And that's truly the secret to, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really matter if you have 1 million streams or you have it, like, writing a song that one person will never ever forget and it'll stay stuck in their head until they die. That's what you want to do. That's what you should be aiming for.
But not your mum. It's got to be somebody else.
And look, man, Again, I write dumb pop music and drop A, so it sounds heavy in it, but it's just pop music. That's all it is. That's all it is. And so, broad appeal, if that's what you're after, I can help with that. I can't help you if you want to like have a niche somewhere on like a weird like subreddit for like 10. I don't know how to do that. I remember when I would used to post songs on Reddit and like places like that, and they would rip me apart and tell me how trash I was. Oh, cool Foo Fighters ripoff, dude. Oh, way to go. Oh man, and I can't tell you how many people tell me that my voice sucked. And that I still objectively still think that's true. I have never thought that my voice sounded good. And I have been told my entire musical career, which is now 20 years plus, 22 years that I've been creating music and making music like on a regular basis. I have had everyone tell me that my voice is trash. Every time. So, to even be New Crowns, nice Topher. To be around people that are willing to give you constructive criticism that are also going through this process, because I'm 35 and I'm still going through this process. Never written a hit in my life. I do know what doesn't work, so I'm going to tell you what doesn't work because I've already tried it, likely.
But Stud, you sound like Alice in Chains.
Every single stream. It sounds like Alice in Chains. Oh, does it? Does vocal melody with harmony sound like Alice in Chains? Boys and Girls, does it?
No, he's talking about he's talking about the female songwriter Alice in Chains, not not the band Alice in Chains. You know Alice in Chains, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
and Chuck's right in the chat. Sometimes you can just churn stuff out and it's about volume. Sometimes if you get all the stinkers out of the way, maybe a good one will come out.
Yeah. I'm always a fan of submitting my demos and things like that. Partly because when I get to a point that I think, right, this song is now ready for like doing proper, I feel like because the demos have been so shit, when the final product comes, people will be so blown away with the transition from how shit it was to hopefully sounding good that they'll forget about the song.
Well, you know, that's the thing. Like when you're demoing stuff, like I send all my demos to my friends. I'm like, hey man, is this worth pursuing? Yeah. Like, do you think this is cool? And now it's usually like my friend who is also my producer, George, and I say like, hey man, is this worth? And I'll be like, I don't know, man, this kind of sucks, but I'll see. And George is like, oh man, that's sweet. I'm like, what? Because you just never know. And like, sometimes you just have to get, like Chuck was saying, get through the idea, get it from some, even if you got to trim some fat later or do some dicing up, it happens. It happens all the time.
And sometimes you get to a point in the song. I'm trying to write a song for my wife at the moment. I did the very first one I did was just kind of a fun little acoustic jam. It was a fun little song, but I wanted to write her an actual like a song sort of based on bands that she really likes and something that I was proud of. And the original idea came like it was really easy. I wanted to write a love song that didn't have the word love, heart, or soul in it. That was the kind of idea. That was my kind of. So I was trying to think, and I quite like lyrics, but the chorus just isn't sticking for me at the moment. It's like it's either I'm not quite found the right melody or something. So it's been sitting on the back burner. It will get finished, but it's sort of sitting there. And the stuff that I'm working on now is coming along nicely. But I'm trying to get it to a completed demo stage that is as close to as I can get to how I'd want it to sound before sending it to somebody who can do it like properly. Like trying to get all the instruments tracked as good as possible, trying to get the vocals as good as possible, and just trying to get the mix as good as I can possibly do it. So when I eventually send it to Audio Brothers and Trey and that to get just sort of almost like final feedback to sort of, right, what can I take away to make this, is there anything I can take away, or what's working, what's not, then I'm at least at a stage that it's a lot less sort of work. And then I'm going to start the hashtag send it to Simey. It's going to be the hashtag hashtag send it to Simey. And
We'll put a right proper compressor on that way. My Scottish accent is really terrible. I'm sorry.
To be honest, it's actually not that bad. Chase
My
has
tongue's
got
attached, so I can't roll it right. So like I have to
the
really
arse.
focus.
Arse.
Yeah.
It just sounds like arse. But
Well-
it's been a very interesting journey watching everybody, like folk like Daniel. Like I remember his first submissions to trade streams when he was using that fucking Voices of Death or whatever it was fucking called, and he was just putting that, and then he started singing. It was like, hey, he's got a good voice. He's just started singing, and then he's teamed up with Chris, and they're writing great songs. It's a great collaboration that they've got, and that's brilliant to see. And obviously, from Eric and Chuck's point of view, and I can obviously hear his mixes getting better. I mean, his mixes always sounded good to me, but from Eric and Chuck's point of view, from a mixing standpoint, from an engineer standpoint, he's come on leaps and bounds, and you can hear that, and that's been like in the last year and a half, and the general community and encouragement that is here. I think it's kind of difficult because you want to send your stuff to get feedback, but also most of the time when you're sending stuff in for a stream, it's because you're kind of hoping that people will say it's a good song or it sounds good. And when people don't, that always feels a little bit like a knife in the heart. But the more you do it, the easier it gets, and then you probably feel kind of crap at the time, but then the next morning you kind of think, actually, no, what they said was quite right. Go back to the song, look at it, maybe do that and go, hey, actually that is a better idea to do that.
Well, that's what you hope for, right?
Yeah. The problem is people get feedback and then they take the fucking huff with it and they don't do anything about it.
Look, I don't know any other way to say this, so I'm going to say it as plain as I can. If there is anyone that is submitting music to be reviewed, critiqued, whatever it is, toughen the fuck up. Like, you can't be 10-ply, bud. You have to, you got to toughen up. Get some thicker skin. Realize that, in fact, joking about yourself and kind of like getting your balls broke a little bit, or chops busted, whatever phrase you want to use. That's part of the process. That's what musicians like to do with each other, because it's like a way that we're like, hey man, we've all been here. We've all written a terrible song. We've all written a bad riff. We've all written a solo that didn't work. We've all done it. Welcome to the family. Welcome. Come hang with us. Let us help. We'll tell you everything that we've already done wrong. And so you can just avoid all that, because you won't have to go through any of that, because we're going to tell you, oh yeah, I wrote a song like that. It sucked. And you know what I mean? So it's very important. It's very, very important. I understand that we kind of, as a society, we've kind of astroturfed things and just made it acceptable to be like, oh, everything you do is great and everything's fine. No, most of the things you do suck. That's okay. Me too. Right? Like, I don't understand why we can't be flawed people. You know what I mean? Like, we're all flawed. We all have like things that don't work about our songs and about our writing and about this or that. We're all in the same boat. So let's everybody get together and try and,
I think it's that whole saying, was it, comparison is the thief of joy. And the whole idea, I think, like, because I noticed it on, like, watching Trey's streams, and there's there's levels to stuff. A good example is something like Tom McCartney, right? So Tom McCartney.
Oh yeah,
right. So
that dude writes bangers, dude.
Now we obviously like he's not sending in shitty little demos and stuff. He's sending in stuff that's obviously taking time and patience, and that's one of the things that has been the biggest learning thing for me. Is the amount of patience that you need as a songwriter that you don't need when you're just a guitarist in a band. Because when you're a guitarist in a band...
you can't compare yourself.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing for me, because I will now take the time and sing a line 15, 20 times until I think that I've got it or found the way. Before I'd sing it once and think that'll do. And wonder why my songs actually sounded shit. And it's like, and it's that people aren't like anything. People aren't willing or think that the people who are at the top of the game have just appeared and they've just been able to do that. Everyone's like somebody's chapter 1 is somebody else's chapter 15 kind of thing. It's like there's people that
yeah.
And
absolutely.
And I mean, I sort of said earlier, for me, I'm lucky in the sense that I've got a lot of experience and just of time of playing the guitar and studying music. So I've probably taken to the songwriting because I've worked with bands and I've worked with people. So I understand the idea of arranging, but it's still been a big learning curve.
Oh, for sure. And the other thing is that like, and I think I may make this or try and convince, let me say this, because I don't get to make any decisions on Audio Bros. I just show up and I'm super happy they have me on all the time. But I would like to petition the guys on Audio Bros, Juice and Chuck and Eric. Let's all play a stinker every week so people understand. Like, tell Paul McCartney, dude, I don't want to hear your latest banger. Send me a demo. Send me something that's just like Lou Reed, you know, like stream of consciousness kind of stuff, because that is this stuff that will, first off, keep you humble. Because boy howdy, letting people just listen to that awful demo I had the other night, that's first off, it's comedy gold, and we need to keep it up anyway.
Oh, I've got some beautiful comedy gold if you're talking about that.
Yeah, show people there is absolutely no one on this earth that hasn't written at least one bad song. In fact, I would wager, because records used to be full of stinkers. By the way, do people not remember the days of like buying a CD and like 3 songs on it were awesome because those are the 3 radio singles, and the rest of the records sucked? Because that used to happen a lot. A lot.
That is so true, because like I think there's that kind of belief that there's always that talk. It was like, oh, all the music was good in the 80s. No, it wasn't. It's like,
yeah.
So there was an interesting thing. There was an article that there was a radio DJ that in the UK called Chris Moyles. So he was on Radio 1, which is a big radio station, and obviously lots of people submitted songs to try and get played on the radio. That was the thing. Like, it's a bit different now, but back then it was like the DJs were important and they chose. So he said a comment that somebody said, why don't you play more unsigned bands on your radio station? And he said, because the majority of unsigned bands are shit. And there was a lot of people who were like,
yep.
Oh, that's terrible. That, like, you can't say that.
How dare you?
It's like, no, he's right. The majority of music is shit. To be honest, it's like there's lots of unsigned bands that are really good. And there's lots of signed bands that are really good. There's also lots of signed bands that are really shit. And you only need to look at Trey's songwriting competition to see that. When he did his first one,
I have never. Hold on a second, AJ. This is really important, because you think what we do is nice. The fact that Trey is playing 99% of the songs in that is insane. It's insane that he's doing that. It's insane because 99, and that is you are spot on with that. 99% of the songs on in those competition videos, 99, well, I might be being 95%. Because there's usually at least one out of every, 15 songs?
But that was the thing. There was 1,500 submissions. And
1,500.
I could guarantee there was only probably at most 20 decent songs in that 1,500. That maybe, okay, say at a push, say if you're lucky, say 50 in that 1,500. That's like less than 0.5%.
Okay. All right. So 99% is being kind.
Yeah. And
all right, so
that's the majority of it. So all these DJs and all these A&R guys and that, the only difference now is that people can just put their stuff up.
Yeah.
But when you've got
there's no gatekeepers anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know that I like that better.
I
don't know that I like it without gatekeepers.
I think
I really liked Tool. I really liked Tool until I saw him live, and when I saw him live, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is awful!" Like they played 2 hits at the top, and I was like, "Yeah, this rules." And then they jammed for an hour, and I was like, "I am not high enough for this." And there was a guy in front of me, clearly on like LSD or mushrooms or something, just like having the best time. And I can just assume that I was like, oh, so that's how I need to be. Like, I want hits, dude. You need to play hits when I go see you in concert. I don't want to see your 1 hour long experimental jam. And here's the other thing. I'd never listened to a Tool record completely. And I know this is whatever. But like, I had never really listened to any Tool records. I'd only heard the hits on the radio. And I realized, like, oh, they were actually playing songs from the record. I just didn't recognize them because their records are just jams. It's like a hit and then a 25-minute jam.
I think it's definitely a thing of musician, guitarists, drums. Like any musician, it's like when you see somebody who is clearly amazing at their instrument, or you can't help but watch and admire it. But then, like anything, like the instrumental guitarists out there, there's thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of bedroom shredders. But there's only maybe at most 20 that are at the top of the game that are taking that skills and ability that they have and turning it into a cohesive piece of music, whether it's instrumental piece of music or whether it's got vocals or sound effects or things like that. But it's that competition of who can play the fastest. That was always a big thing. It was like, I remember there was that big thing of the Flight of the Bumblebee, somebody playing it at like 400 beats per minute or something ridiculous. And it didn't even sound like the bloody song.
But it's 14-year-old nerd shit is what it is. Because that's what we all used to do, man. When I would sit around and try and learn Zakk Wylde solos to see if I could like play it as good as him. Because I don't know why. I just love it. It's because I love pentatonic scales. That's why I love Zakk Wylde. And I was really into like, Stevie Ray Vaughan was one of my favorite guitar players too. Which, for good reason, because the guy's a god. But I digress. We get caught up in such nerdy things, and I think that's why you see bands, local bands especially, young bands that are fairly new. They immediately try and get into a scene, and everybody starts sounding the same, and music starts sounding the same because they see like they get attention from people for doing this. So all right, well, we'll do what they're doing so we can do it. And I mean, my God, the grunge era was nothing but that on a giant level with nothing but money and record producers behind it, right? Because for every one awesome grunge band, there were like 12 stinkers. So it happens even at the highest level. So don't think you're immune. You know what I mean?
I mean, like Topher said there, he said, I can't stand Jen and Nerdrunners. Now, the funny thing is, it's like, it wasn't really until I started watching Trey's stream that I'd really ever heard Jen or this side. So a lot of the time for me, like, people are saying in the comments, oh, we've got so-and-so at home, or we've got blah, blah, blah at home, and that. I'd not heard of any of these bands. To me, I was like, this is quite new and interesting. Now, watching the stream for the last couple of years, I realise, oh, right, okay, it's not new and interesting. Everybody is doing the same thing, but some people have either got it produced better, or every so often you get something that is genuinely good, like genuinely, like, sort of. And I always know when something's good is when I stop paying attention to the chat and actually listen to the song.
Right.
And I think that it's such a tough kind of thing to say to people, because you want.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah,
you're a nice guy, Andrew. That's the problem.
Diplomat. Yeah,
the problem is you're a nice guy, and you're in that same stage where you want people to give you,
And I don't have 200,000 subscribers. I can't afford to piss people off. I've only got 250 subscribers.
Right.
I need to be.
All right. Well, listen, man. This has been a blast. I have to go put my son to bed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to carry on.
Thanks for having me on.
If anybody else wants to join me, let me know in the comments, and I can send you the link, and you can come and join on and stuff. If not, I'll just gonna go through the submissions and give my opinions. Mr.
Bye, everybody.
Stud, thank you very much. We'll get you back on again. All right, take care.
Sounds good. Anytime, man. See you.
So yeah, let me know in the chat if anybody wants to come on. Right, we've got a big list of submissions to get through, so let's start hitting them. So, we had one up here from Skylo Dawn. So let's hit this one on, and is that coming through okay?
You're not the same one, I knew you an imposter. I don't wanna call her, I am not your father. I don't wanna shock her, I just wanna love her. Certified lover, I'ma treat her right. I don't wanna call, leave me be. Was it on my fault that you left me? Do it for my all and nobody else. I don't wanna lose you. I am not kidding when I say I just wanna be with you. I'm in zero gravity. At this point I don't care if you ain't me, cause you bout to see me on the TV. Whoa. Take it to extreme. Diamonds on my fucking chain. You think this is a beat? I am not playing no games. I'm only 14, got a diamond belt on my fucking waist. You're not the same one, I knew you an imposter. Yeah, wow, wow. You're not the same one, I knew you an imposter. I don't wanna call her, I am not your father. I don't wanna shock her, I just wanna love her. Certified lover, I'ma treat her right.
Yeah, I'ma treat her right. Now you the light of my life. You got me staying up for hours, just making sure that you alright. Yeah, I hate the times we argue, that shit be fucking up my nights. Like, baby, I just wanna love you. We got no time to start a fight. Your ex is a bitch, yeah, that nigga a dummy. We gon' go out together, yeah, we getting money. Yeah, you never gon' leave, cause there's no one above me. Yeah, I'm treating you right, as I should. Do whatever you want, making sure that you good. People hate on your name, they keep putting you down. Give a fuck what they say, you just misunderstood.
just now going to turn into a radio DJ and go, that was Skylo Dawn X DXTTY Imposter. Nice little chill number there. And we have coming up next Resolution with his song, something he's been working on. It's an MP3 Rezo. Let me just see if it'll play. Is that coming through? No, wait a minute. Pause. Right. Let me see if I can get this to play. Are you able to put it into a Dropbox link, Rezo? Because I don't think I can play an MP3. I don't think it will come through. Unless that was coming through. Let me know. NPR voice. Yep. Yeah, Rezo, are you able to change that to like a Dropbox or trying to think how I might be able to get that. Or yeah, you're gonna need to send it as a Dropbox or a SoundCloud or something, Rezo, because I won't be able to play it. I'll be able to hear it, but nobody else will be able to hear it. Actually, give me a second. Right, let's see if this works. Let's see what happens if I play this. Yeah, maybe it's coming through. Is that coming through? It might be coming through all mono and weird though, that's the only thing. Okay, so it is coming through. Right. In that case, I'm going to go back to the beginning. We'll listen to it properly. Cool. I'll turn the volume up a touch as well. This is either gonna, let's start off a bit quieter and we'll bring the volume up. cool. Right. That was cool, Rezo. Are you wanting feedback? It's got a cool vibe. I kind of want to hear it a little faster. I feel like up in the tempo it might just feel slow because there's no vocals, so there's no sort of main melody taking it. But yeah, obviously there's no vocals. But I'd kind of want to take the tempo up just a fraction, not like huge amount. And yeah, again, obviously vocals top line, but I can hear in my head like a kind of melody that would go nicely over the top of it, and then you obviously got your guitar solo. But my main bit of feedback would be just I'd want it a little bit faster. Structure wise, it all sounded quite good. Like it didn't feel non-cohesive or anything like that. I know it was obviously maybe a bit of copy paste just to kind of get the structure down, but no, looking forward to hearing what you come up with on that, and thank you for submitting. It's always nice to get one from the Gong Gang, and I know I've got a few more, so I'm just going to mute that. And next up we have YOY Rough One. This is by Blue, and it's hip hop. So here we go. Hip hop. A hip de hippity hop.
Whoa, whoa. It's Blue like the call and never forget my name. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? It's so hard to talk about emotion. Niggas will turn around and plot on you at every moment. And don't try to feed these niggas neither, cause they pocket watching. They gon' be up in your safe as soon as you put the lock up on it. She gon' get that pussy away as soon as you put the rock up on it. It's rockabye baby to a hater when that chopper split. Niggas playing favorites when booking artists cause they clout be sick. Meanwhile, I gave him my all and I'm really talking shit, you sick bitch. Monster my energy, every day's a new enemy. I've been fighting for too long for you to mess up my synergy. I heard before I sign a deal, I got a woman up and take some D. Pushing P for pills, Fiji water down my pedigree. I do anything fair to protect my character. You won't ever catch me on my knees, that's embarrassing. I be fighting my depressive demons on some daily shit. You wanna control my mind, I see. Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Dear mama, I'm sorry I'm such a disappointment. I wish you support me like Kanye mom and know my verses. I wish my friends utilize their talent instead of splurging. Niggas crying about being broke, but I know worse things. My guard got a guard, so it's war when the bell ring. And my car got a car sport mode and that bitch sing. She say she got girls who tryna see who that bitch bring. 380 on my lap, can't trust the hoe or her fucking friends. Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? I ain't going backwards, come to worst, I'ma spin the bend. I be on some stalker shit outside with a pad and pen. In your house when you leave in your fridge like where the food at. They pushing me steadily, I heard your words, you think my views cap. Don't try befriending me, niggas motives fuck up my energy. I see you calling you in my business, so I'm ending it. Chucking up the deuces, don't listen in on what the world said. Niggas said that I had to fuck just to get my words played. More than a little suck, that's why you really mad. I tell bitches, please know your worth and get back in your bag. When it's crucial, always put you first, don't let them get ahead. You can let them test the sheets, but tell them they can make the bed. I've been doming every week, I ain't know it wasn't a nigga head. Greedy cows stealing my meat just to keep their chickens fed. Just cause I pull up alone don't make it easier for you or your mans. I still duck a bitch, kill my set, and leave you for dead. Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? Oh why? Why? Oh why? Oh why?
Yeah, I liked that one. That was cool. The hook was memorable. I'd want to maybe have some gang vocals or some harmonies on some of those choruses. I'm just deleting all my tabs because there's lots and lots. But apart from that, it was cool. The rapping was cool. It was good. Told the story. The choruses were there and cool. But yeah, that was definitely good. Uncrowned King. So this was you. I don't know if you I can't really give you any feedback apart from the fact that I quite liked it. So is this a demo or is this like sort of final product? Because if it's a demo and you're kind of still working on it, it'd be cool to hear some harmonies on the chorus, on the YOY bit, because it was a cool hook, but it was the same every single time, and where the verses told a really cool story, the chorus, the hook, just kind of stayed the same. So personally, I'd like to hear some harmonies or some gang vocals or something just maybe a little bit different. Right, so it's a rough cut and it's not finished yet. It sounds really good, and the lyrics cool, the delivery was good, good performance on that. So that's all I can really say. That's the best I can give for a 42-year-old Scottish man's opinion. Probably not your target demographic, but maybe I am. I don't know. Let's go on to we're going on to the shitters, shitty submissions. So Chuck sent one in for a Renegade Machine. So this is a Charles Wagner stinker. So let's check this out.
Brainwash nation, denied
for gold, enter the kingdom. 3.5, peace upon earth, 7 seals of me. Broken like a light, hell such a fight, final battle. Pieces of all, nations have all, you're gonna run through. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, time is the truth. Living out my Bible, you're missing. Live your life, control by me. Who cares if you live or die? Down to your kingdom rights, renegade the city. Taking your life, renegade the city. Why won't you die? Renegade the city. Renegade the city. Renegade the city. Renegade the city.
Yay! I enjoyed that. It didn't feel like 7.5 minutes, so that's a good thing. That chorus, that da 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 da. I know you're all one of me. You don't know what to do of me. I don't know sort of you're crap and I don't know you are. There's a song that's got a chorus like that. It was a British indie band that played it. It sounded very similar. Valaska, if you want to submit an instrumental, you can do that. You can send it to the Discord, or yes, Chuck, that was still better than the new Metallica song. Yeah, go for it, Valaska. You can send it to the Discord or on the thing. We've got a few songs, and I'm also going to go a wee trip down memory lane. Streets, yes, thank you, 13 Floors. Yeah, there's a street song goes that has a similar melody to that. So, next up, thanks for that. We've got E. Urban. So E. Urban has said, this is a glorified stinker. This is one from 10 years ago, brought back from the tomb it was sealed in. We know that E. Urban does cool little jams, little beat bop, beep beep bop, bop, beep boop, bop, 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 bop jams. So this is Christ Toll.
Listen to this program. Give the devil a black eye. Give the devil a black eye. You know, you may think that maybe I'm a little too excited for you, Jesus Christ. Shut your life. Shut your life. Shut your life. Shut your life. Jesus Christ. Shut your life. Shut your life. Shut your life. Shut your life. You think you're going to heaven and you think you're saved just because you put your name on the church ballot? So a lot of parents won't even spank their spoiled, rotten, rapist children. Spoiled, rotten, rapist children. Jesus Christ. Shut your right hole. Shut your right hole. Shut your right hole. Shut your right hole. Jesus Christ, take my life with a knife. Take my life with a knife. Take my life with a knife. Murder babies! Murder babies! Murder babies! Murder babies! Take my life with a knife. Murder babies! Murder babies! Murder babies!
Well, it's got a hook. It's maybe not one you want to be singing, but it's certainly got a hook. Now, that was kind of cool, Eobard. It was, it's definitely, like, I could hear that in, like, a scene in a movie, like a crazy kind of drug-fueled scene, and that, but yeah, maybe hooks about murdered babies is not always going to do. But yeah, the kind of the beat and everything was cool, and I could definitely hear it had that kind of happy hardcore techno kind of bam 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 kind of feel to it. So yeah, change the hook, and Transylvania Stud, you're in the chat. You can jump back on if you want. No, stop. Okay, right. Next up. Ooh, we've got one from Chris Lane Sr. Having sighting. Let's just bring up my little screen share. There we go. Make that a touch bigger. And we oh bollocks to you, you piece of poop. Right, I'll hit play.
Stars, we all got stars. Some
That was a good hook. Scars. We have got scars. I've got one. Which side of the face is it on? It's maybe hidden somewhere on my cheek. I got a cyst removed from my cheek. And also, my tongue. I bit my tongue when I was 10. And it's got a big lump on it. Big lump. Chris, I always, when I see you, I just kind of think you look like a really, really cool Santa Claus. Please don't take offense to that. But, like, you've got to do a Christmas song. You have to write a Christmas song because you're like a rockin' Santa. You got beautiful hair, beautiful beard, and that. It's a cool song, good hook. I don't know if you are wanting feedback. My only sort of criticism would be that it felt like it dragged a little. So maybe it could be a little faster, like maybe up the tempo. But yeah, good song, nice structure, and good bop, good jam. We like that. Nice hook to it, and yeah, keep it up, keep writing, keep sending them in. It's always nice to hear some songs. Okay, so I'm just going to close this down while I bring up the next one. So, is this the one? I want to just double check if this is the one that got sent to me from the email address yourmom@yourmom.com, which I thought was hilarious. So I'm just going to see if it is, because that makes me chuckle. Is it that one? Is it this one? Yeah. So from Renegade Machine, yourmom@mom.com. Your name, your mom. Your YouTube name, ass. Tell us about your song, Renegade Machine. So I don't know if they're wanting feedback, but you get kudos on the funny email address. So this is Renegade Machine. Oh no, that wasn't. That was one that Chuck sent in. Was it? No. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Oh no, it is. I see. So Chuck sent it in the Discord, but he also sent it on. Right, okay. Your mom. I should have known, Chuck. Okay, so we're not going to listen to that one because we've listened to that one, and it was good. We liked Renegade Machine. It was Chuck's stinker, but it wasn't that stinky. So we've done that one. So we've got one from Lato. Now we know that Lato's stuff is pretty fucking brutal, but the videos are cool, and the start is like a lot of passion and anger in the vocals, which is kind of cool as well. I've listened to a couple of submissions from Lato, and we're gonna check one out then now once I can figure out my buttons. Velasca, you will be after this one, I believe. Yes, you're after this one. So I've got the moon. I've got to get your other one. You sent 2 tracks in, but only got one. So, and OGT Isha, did you submit on the form? Because I can't play a download. It needs to be done like a link. So SoundCloud or YouTube or Spotify, any kind of link rather than downloads. So let me just check something, because I did just get another form through. So, everybody's seen that. Sorry, you shouldn't be seeing that. That's me doxing myself. 1 second. Right, So yeah, so we've got Lato of Alaska, OGT Isaiah, I can't speak. If you can send a link to your song rather than a download, that would be great. And we can check that out. And then we've got Muff Pie Productions. Muff Pie. And then I'm going to play some songs of some friends from back in the day at college. And then we're going to call it night because it's 1 o'clock in the morning for me now. So we'll get these. So I don't have a thing that says submissions closed, but I will in a second. So... Where's me buttons? Where's me buttons? There it is, me buttons. Oh no, fuck. I need to get onto the right thing. Right, here we go. We'll get there eventually. Hashtag pro streamer and all that. I've got so many little buttons to do. Sent you. Oh, Transylvania Studs sent me a stinker. Well, we're gonna play a Transylvania Stud stinker. Right, here we go.
Mystery.
Oh, that shit, I'ma try that shit. Oh, that shit, I'ma wild that bitch. Hey! Hey! Walk that shit, I'ma talk that shit. I'ma pop that bitch till it's mixed up quick. My cock in this way, she gon' catch my bitch. I cannot resist you a fake little bitch. Ain't no wasted and I be taking another realist. Heard he see dissing in my gang, I'm about to kill him. I ain't so emotional, I don't know how I be feeling. I just give a bitch so it's and I'm a demon. I ain't being offensive, I'm a sex, I know I did it. Bitch, I found this bullet before we spinning in a minute. Taking off and stuff, we better hit him in his fitted. I ain't rap about the shit, nigga, I admit it. Jump off, so I tell these niggas quit it. Body like a handle on the side, but it's grip it. I got a body, got him like a new expensive. Crucify nigga, I ain't talking about religion. Got no competition, I'ma do my own mission. Bullets, they be flying on you pussy niggas missing. You got it scope, but I be aiming with precision. Nigga like a Betty, cause the way I get to play it. Open up the window, better run, don't get you tripping. Play another box, when you niggas do not listen. Play I'm in the ligament, and now that niggas feeling. Play me enough, got a blade, I get the drilling. Niggas up, I heard they blood and they all six. Do not send me no submissions, I will go to waste. When I walk up in this bitch, I be accepting on my face. They all wanna hit on me, but what the fuck you gotta say? I had cause the niggas up, I heard they blood and they all sticks. Do not send me no submissions, I will go to waste. When I walk up in this bitch, I be accepting on my face. They all wanna hit on me, but what the fuck you gotta say? I had cause the niggas up, I heard they blood and they all sticks. Do not send me no submissions, I will go to waste. When I walk up in this bitch, I be accepting on my face. They all wanna hit on me, but what the fuck you gotta say? I had cause the niggas up, I heard they blood and they all sticks. Do not send me no submissions, I will go to waste. When I walk up in this bitch, I be accepting on my face. They all wanna hit on me, but what the fuck you gotta say? Niggas like talking along, but don't know what to face. Keep it on the flow with it, and I do it with ease, bitch. Working on my teeth like it was some weak fish. Dump that boy real quick and that's keyless. I'm not in, I'm that I'll never fold. How do I feel? Feel incredible. Power up, charge up, then hit a roll. I'm gripping the handle right on my pole. Get that shit out that motherfucking way, bitch. This house is just killing like a dog. Play it so fast, go pop it in the mill. You ain't out there with this, it's not no tell. I'm lifting the weights like a gym bro. Get in the top from the damn hole. I did it straight out the back door. Like how many folks, man, I got more. Huh? Like what? Like punish you dog, bitch. We'll live for your dog, bitch. Came with the mob, bitch. Yo, I hate it lit quick. I got the lethal weapons in my hand. I'm in that bitch like it's a perk. Nigga, make up, get your mans. I'ma talk that shit. I'ma pop that bitch till it's mess real quick. My clock in the switch, she gon' catch my bitch. I cannot resist you a fake little bitch. Walk that shit. I'ma talk that shit. I'ma pop that bitch till it's mess real quick. My clock in the switch, she gon' catch my bitch. I cannot resist you a fake little bitch.
Who's that handsome fella? Yeah, I like your stuff. It's brutal. It's intense. I'll give it a little round of applause. I can't really say much about it. I enjoyed it. The production to me sounded good. I think that maybe mixers might say something about the compression, but to me it sounded cool. Muff Pie. Yeah. Yeah, made me chuckle. No, cool. Thank you for submitting. And now we've got Velasca the Moon. Let's just bring that up. Let's just bring... Hey, behave yourself. Just a second. Oh, no, we're up. That's fine. Cool. Right, let's go. Oh, Velasca, you're in the chat, aren't you? So, did you want any feedback, Velasca, or was it just let us know in the chat if you wanted any feedback on anything, and I'll give you my opinion.
Make sure they're all dead before you leave.
Can you look at me, please? It's okay. Look at me. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking die. No, I'm gonna listen to you. It's okay. No.
Cool. That was Velasca. I liked it, but I agreed with Ryan that it did need a change. It was very, very much the same all the way through. I don't know, is this a beat for somebody to like top line on? So like put vocals over the top, like a rap, or is it just like a kind of vibe music, like maybe for a game, music to beat up old ladies to, that type of thing? Sorry. So it's, yeah, because the beat was cool. I mean, stuff like this, I can't really give you any decent feedback apart from it sounded cool, but it was very much the same all the way through. It didn't it needs something like a melody. It could, I mean, it doesn't have to be a vocal melody, but it needs something along the top, because at the moment it feels like a backing track, like Menu. But it's cool, and as Transylvania Stud said, Velasca, we've heard quite a bit of stuff coming in today, like rap and that, and that's a really cool beat, and it would be cool. Like I would say, hit up Bobby Everything's stream. He's always looking at trying to get people collaborating with other people, and there's a lot of people on that stream that do the style of vocals that would probably suit this beat. I don't know any rappers, so, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want me to spit some bars on top of this, because it sounds good at the moment and I would make it sound bad. So something doing on it, sure. Yeah, so yeah, Velasca, I don't know if you've checked out Bobby Everything's stream. I don't know if you know him, but just type in Bobby Everything into YouTube, and it's the Crockpot Cartel, and he, like, check out the stuff on his stream and get in the chat there, and you might be able to find something if you submit it. He does free submissions, paid submissions and stuff, so like if you're looking for collaborations and stuff like that, it'd be good. MC Haggis on the mic. But yeah, I mean, if you join the Discord, I think I'll need to check the links. I'll check the links. Oh wait a minute, right? Let's just embarrass myself. Right, bear with me. Right, here we go. Right, so I've got some lyrics here. Shall I embarrass myself, Velasca, by ruining your really good thing by taking some lyrics that I'd written for one of my songs, which were kind of ideally, and putting them over the top of yours? Because let's face it, that will make for some entertaining nonsense.
This time,
okay, here we go.
Make sure they're all dead before you leave.
Can you look at me, please? It's okay.
We'll get to the main beat. Simple statement, misspent youth. Fact of life we're living proof. Stuck in a cage with no revival. Infected just an asshole 15 or 45. Mother's breast or a secret dive. Pack of one turtles and black. You have my money, I sympathize. Broken mirror, vomit file. Fucked up mindset, common file. Busted cage, guessing the juke. You spineless bitch, you have no proof. Whining, prick your life online. Got no friend, you spread your lies. Hit by screen, no reprimand. Ruled by a tyrant in private land. Dominate, manipulate, ignorance is verified, salivate, masturbate, puking out your insides, dominate, manipulate, confidence is supersized, salivate, masturbate, envy lives in your eyes. And that is... I need to bring them up in the mix. That was there you go. You could have all sorts of stuff better than that. But yeah, you go. There's MC Haggis, the nicest drill rapper on the planet. Hello, yes, well, pleased to meet you. So enough of me being me. Right, 1K Profit. Yo, Job. This is OGT Asaya.
Hey, that white
What? Look, I got a pout, she wanna talk, ain't got the time of the out. I don't should rap, I'm finna boom like a flout. Before I make it, give my flout. Ain't got the time for the fakers, ain't got the time for the haters. You're my brother, then we're finna bother the legs. I stayed focused on Jesus, closer than pacer. Call me a chop, we making moves, they making moving. Now it's improving. I just started producing, we started sinning. Now it's winning, I just realized that I am. Now when I'm right, I'm making hands. I put my work in the gym, I just been flashing all of them names. But it's not back for a spit, we bring it right to that name. I'm rapping like this and still made a check. I think it's crazy, most of these rappers, they rapping they lazy. They saying that this, they ain't even face. Try what I want, I make that money come chase. I told my guy, if they ain't true, just know they hated me first. Hug my back, got a shorty in a purse. Never going outside, never chilling in a hearse. Want me for a track, gotta pick me for a verse. Why they feeling on blacks, got it feeling like a curse. Only going moving fast. Hey, like what? Look, I got a pout, she wanna talk, ain't got the time of the out. I don't should rap, I'm finna boom like a foul. Before I make it, give my flout. Ain't got the time for the fakers, ain't got the time for the haters. You're my brother, then we're finna bother the legs. I stayed focused on Jesus, closer than pacer. Call me a chop, we making moves, they making moving. Now it's improving. Hey, we telling y'all, quit playing with me. 2023, we taking over. OGT Isaiah.
Hey, where are we going? Pressing buttons. OGC. So, Kanye remix. So, the beat was that a Kanye beat, and then your vocals over the top. I need to learn all the stuff that the kids are doing nowadays. I would say, I think I said this to somebody earlier in the chat, it feels like you're rushing, and the what's the word? Getting your breathing right and the delivery of it. It was cool, like the flow kind of felt cool, but again felt a little bit rushed and missed it. And I know Transylvania Stud said the importance of hip hop and that is getting it on the beat, getting it right. So I would keep going with that, and yeah, keep writing, keep submitting. I'm really bad to give feedback or critiques on the style of music because I'm not very good at it, as you heard about 2 minutes ago. So next up we've got Muff Pie Productions, Cabbages and Kings. Ooh, lyric video. I love a lyric video. I don't care what anybody says.
So I cut myself deep and it doesn't even bleed. I'm not made of anything but dust in me. And all I am is bones. And all I have done is grow cold. And you won't save me, but I know you'll try, and I'm not wasting another line goodbye. So let's lie and talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Let's talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. Let's talk of other things. Say these wicked words, and I know that that's my curse, and I know it hurts, but it works. I'm a cabbage and you're a king. Time has come to talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Painting all the roses, and no one ever noticed that I chose this. dust in me. Dust in me. All I am is bones, and all I have done is grow cold. Follow the rabbit down a hole. And what's the price on my soul? I'm not made of anything but dust in me. Grow. All I am is bone. Like all I have done is grow cold. Someday you'll see the time is coming. You're a king. So let's talk of anything but dust in me. Shoes of ships. So let's talk of the wax of cabbages. Shoes of ships of sealing wax of cabbages and kings.
As much as I want to listen to Mr. Juicebox Desmond, I just want to say, Muff Pie, if you're in the chat, fucking brilliant. Two things. You did a lyric video with good lyrics, which is unheard of, and beautiful performance. Yeah, the link is going. Well, I'm about to share it as well, but I'm going to share the link, so you're going to have to give me a couple of seconds. But yeah, Muff Pie Productions. Yeah, everybody go and subscribe. I'm gonna give me a second. Actually, let me just get the chat up, and I can share that. Share the link. Shush me. Right. This is weird. It's like looking into the Matrix. I need to bring out the pop-out chat. Right. Okay. So now let's just do this. So copy. So I'm going to. Right, so there's a link, folks. That was a beautiful song. I want to get back to talking about it, but I just wanted to share that, and I'll share the song as a post from my channel, Muff Pie, because it was a beautiful song, beautifully performed. Are you? I'm guessing, is it just yourself that's kind of producing these and writing these? Because this, like, I mean, the song as it is beautiful, but there's a point in it that just almost felt like it could open up so big and so cool. But that's me. But that was, yeah, beautiful song. And I think in my head I was going to get another hip hop track, so that was what, and then the guitar came in and that was really nice, and then you started singing and I was like, oh, this is really nice, and I loved the lyric. I want to go back to it actually, because where is it? Let's get rid of that. Oh, I'm gonna have to just bring it up this way, right? So the hook lyric, which I should know, but it was like, well, the wax on the ceiling were just Cowie.
All I am is
I like that line as well.
I'm not made of anything but dust in me. And all I am is bones, and all I have done is grow cold. And you won't save me, but I know you'll try, and I'm not wasting another line goodbye. So let's lie and talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Let's talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings.
Yeah, that of Shoes of Wax. I should it's just nice. We were talking about this earlier. You actually buy beats and pay for mixes. I have no issue with being in a band. So I really enjoyed this. Myself and Transylvania Stud were talking about earlier, is like how every so often like a random song you'll hear or something like hits you, and yeah, it was beautiful. So yeah, this is unfortunately it's only had 74 views. So it needs to. Well, I've shared it out, but people need to. This is a good song. It's Muff Pie. You get my thumbs up. You got me there. No, that was nice. I would. I mean, so you said this is quite an old one. When was this written? A year ago. Have you got other ones? See you, Mick. See you, Mick. Good eye, Mick. Have a good one. Thanks very much for joining us and joining in the chat. So, I know this is a year-old Muff Pie Productions, but Friday evening, or Friday from 1 p.m. Pacific time. I don't know where you're based. If you're based in the UK, it's from 8 o'clock through till sometimes 4 or 5 in the morning. There's a guy called Trey Xavier. So go and follow Trey Xavier because he does a lot of stuff on songwriting. But one of the things he talks about is if a song is good with just a voice and a guitar, nothing, no fancy production stuff or anything like that, just nice. I would say, yeah, come to the Friday stream because normally there is freebies given out. So normally it's $20 to submit a song for Trey to give feedback because Trey knows a lot more about music and he gives good feedback and he's given good feedback to everybody in the chat and things like that. But normally people donate freebies or they'll donate $20 for somebody else to submit a song, and new people to the stream who haven't submitted before get first dibs of that. So I would say come along to the Friday stream and submit this because it's nice to get some nice songs. Like I mean, Trey will pick it apart, so just prepare yourself for that. You'll nitpick, but if he's nitpicky with stuff, it means that the song's good. He just might look at little things to make the next one that you write like better or that. But I really enjoyed this. Personally, it was a great song to me. but definitely check it out. Go and check out his channel. You can also on Thursday night, I think from 9:30, the Audio Brothers podcast. They have a stream. I would submit it to them. If not, I might submit it on your behalf, because I mean, I think they need. It's a really nice song. I really enjoyed it. I want to have a like. I know it's a good song because I sat and I listened to it before rambling. But yeah, this is genuine. I like that. Right. Okay. So. Okay, we got another one from right. So we'll do this one. OGT Asaya, fucking hell. And then I'm going to put a halt to submissions in. I've got a few songs that I'm going to play of friends of mine from a while back that I just want to share and that, but I'm not going to take any more submissions. So let's just put a little submissions now closed for this week, cause I'm tired and wanna go to bed. I'm tired and I wanna go to bed. Hey, show me the way to go home. Okay. Can't use Discord, computer sucks. Okay, that's fine. I'll figure something out. I'll submit it for you. Just get in the chat. Just once you're in the chat, I'll donate. I'll stake the freebie for you or something, or I'll sort it, because I want them to hear this. I want people to hear this song. More than 74 listens. I really enjoyed that. So I'll be in the chat as Andrew Jackson Music. Once you're there, hit me up. And yeah, I really enjoyed that. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to check out OGT. I'm just forgetting how to work. Okay.
Yeah. Niggas trying to say I can't rap for real. Like, come on. Come on, man. Look. I told them niggas I'm snapping, put me on beat, I'm spazzing, I'm my knees, that's what they asking. If I see your demon, get put in a casket. If I don't mess with you, I cannot mask it. Roll blunt and we pass. I got a cousin, you gotta burn it. If she on your side, then I'm finna turn her. Make me a wish, I feel like I'm turning. I talking to me, is that your shorty? She rocking with me, where I'm from, it get wiki. I got a cousin, he up at the celly, he hit me up on the telly. Told me stay focused on paper, I'll always be ready. These niggas, they fancy legs, they be jelly. Turn you just like Melly, keep wine open like look. I tell them niggas I'm ready for action, don't wanna smoke, they cannot match it. They tryna copy my fashion, living their life as occasion, capping their rap. They only tell you a fraction. Also in the game, I feel like Bo Jackson. With man singing like we robbed, flying the pressure like no one ain't stop. That's just an option, like a war, man. I'm talking like Thompson. Feel me?
Yes.
Chris K thinks
that's Jay Xavier. Freaky. Don't. Yeah. We'll sort something out. With Pi. Yeah. I've been doing a lot of editing for Trey, so I'll see if I can just blag something. Anyway, yeah, OGT. That was cool. I like that one a little bit more than the last one you submitted. It was actually quite nice to have the lyrics to sort of see that. But you, OGT, you should hook up with Velasca, because I think somebody said it in the chat that your style and his beat, that would be cool, right? So Velasca and OGT, get chatting in the chat, get a wee collaboration together and bring it here and we can check it out, and that would be cool. Look at that. Yeah, Sandy. I love Sandy. Sandy was such a good character. So yeah, OGT and Velasca talk to each other, collaborate, look each other up, find each other's channels, and do a collaboration. That's my homework for you. There's your homework for next week. I want a collaboration done for next week between Velasca and OGT, and we'll be marking it. So prepare yourselves. Right, so the next thing, okay, so now this is some thongs from back in the day. So few bands. So these are all musicians that I went to college with. So the band here, Sweep Across Horizons, Daniel, Chris, and I can't remember the other guys' names, because Daniel and Chris were both of my year at the college. And as I said, I'm going to put this on the show tomorrow. I hope you don't mind. So I like the song. This was their one that they sort of finished the set list with. Sweep Across Horizons, who are no longer together, but I thought I'd share it. And this is Soldiers.
I won't turn away. After all we've been through today, I won't run away, 'cause I know they feel the same. I don't wanna know what's waiting up ahead. Keep quiet, get your head down. You might not end up dead. I just wanna know that it'll be alright. Until that day arrives, I will not give up the fight. We'll keep marching on in the heart though we are afraid, we will fight out till the end. Yeah, we are afraid, but we will fight on till the end. What I wanna know, what's waiting up ahead. Keep quiet, shut your head down. Not another day. I just wanna know when it will be alright. Till I say alright, oh, not give up the fight.
So yeah, that was Sweep Across Horizons. So the drummer from that band has got another band now, in a band called The Carry, who actually have a new single coming out next week. So I might try and get them on the show to have a chat about it. But next up, right, okay. Yeah, I'll try and get that sorted. 13 Flaws. OGT, I'll give me 2 seconds actually, and I'll see if I can find Velasquez's channel. I'll sort it out. I'll put links of channels in the songs in the Discord, so, and you can, yeah, I'll do that, and you can hit each other up and try and get something collaborative going. Got your homework. So this next one is a singer-songwriter, good friend of mine, Kerry Lynch. She I think she's maybe still doing stuff, but this is again, these are all wow, yeah, 13 years ago. We're in 2023. This is all back in 2010. So when before we start that, when Kerry played live with the band, I played bass for her. So that was always fun. Oh, we've got an Audio Brothers. Transylvania started saying nice things. Right, so this is Worry Is My Middle Name by Kerry Lynch. I'm not playing bass on this. This is, yeah, so this is Kerry Lynch. Nice singer-songwriter song, cool wee tune. Here we go.
What's in my head, I don't know. Maybe those thoughts I'm loading in. Just a blank space, there's no paper to even fill it all in. It's just too much, yes I know. I'm a walking contradiction. One simple thing, my mind explodes to the point that it needs attention. But nothing Nothing's the same. Nothing's the same. Oh, nothing's the same. One thing I'm sure of, that worry is my middle name. It's my middle name.
I'm back. There's no music videos for this, that's why you're not getting a face. Yeah, I really like that song. And as I said there, like, I think excuse me, farted. That was it. That was not a sound effect. That was a genuine bum toot. Yeah, it was just like the doubles all the way through, like, because she's got a really nice voice, so I remember hearing it the first time back in the day, and I thought the same name, and I think the same name. So, next up, we have... So, this is a guy... It was on my course in the year, a guy called Steve Heron. Now, this has got one of the hookiest of hooks in it, and I imagine that you'll probably be humming this away in your heads after you've heard this song. So this is Steve Heron, this is Eleanor, this is from SoundCloud. Let's hit it.
Little thing in my face.
No, that's not the one. Apologies. There we go. I'm back. Yeah, so that was Eleanor. It's just a name. It's not your fault. Don't shoulder the blame. Oh, cool. That's good to know. Because I'm not in the YouTube chat. But it's good to know that I can post links here. Excellent. So yeah, that was Steve Herron's Eleanor. He's got a few songs on SoundCloud and stuff like that, and it's yeah, good live as well. It's a good chorus, jumping one many times, drunk and listening to that. So next up we've got friends Megan and Archie. So this is The Aspect. So this is very nice, relaxed acoustic guitar and vocals. So Megan, who is the vocalist, the singer on this, I am actually doing a track with her. Well, I'm actually planning on doing 3 tracks with her. The one that I've started writing, you've heard in past streams sent into trays, still very much work in progress. But I'm writing a 3-song EP, which the best way I could describe it would be You, the musical. The Netflix show You, the musical, is kind of how I'm seeing the vibe of it. So I've already got the big duet song done, written, but now I'm just trying to write 2 other ones, one from my point of view and one from Megan's point of view. It will kind of make sense. But anyway, this is The Aspect. So this is Megan and Archie. Again, no longer together. This was back in 2011, so 12 years ago. But Megan's got a beautiful voice, and Archie was a very good guitar player, melodic, and enjoy. I think you'll dig this Muff Pie.
Rusty signs lead me the wrong way. I walk around in circles, beginning each day. He was a brand new start, bound to an end, building a space between our hearts. Go to a fresh page and write a line about how there is something missing in your life. 'Cause you know there is no one that will listen, building a space between our hearts. Cause you Cause you know, 'cause you know. He was a brand new start, bound to an end, building a space between us.
There's another one. So yeah, that was The Aspect. So they had a wee 3-song EP which is available on SoundCloud. So if you go on to that link that I've sent for Let Me Go, you'll find the other ones. They'll all get played. Yeah, sorry Bluey. I've just got like one more song that I'm going to play and then I'm going to call it a night. It's 2 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm tired and old, and I've been stewing for 4 hours. I really need to pee. So we'll finish off with an oldie from Transylvania Stud. So we were talking about like old songs, and we had to send in old stinkers. So this is Transylvania Stud Stinker. Here we go. This is Dying to Live 03, so 20 years old. Yeah, Transylvania Stud. That was a stinker. Cool. Right, Muff Pie Productions. Meek Eric Simey of the Audio Brothers podcast. He's in the chat at the moment. I'm going to play your song. In fact, we're going to end with your song because I really, really liked it. I want Eric to hear it because I know he'll appreciate it. But if you're looking for any kind of production stuff, Eric's very, very, very good. But I'll play this for Eric, and we'll finish off with this. This is the hidden what can we say? This was the we struck oil, we struck gold with this one. So let me just bring it up, and I will get it ready because it was very good, very, very good. Okay, and bring up the screen share. I'll make this a little bit bigger. We can hide my face. We don't need to see my face when we've got the lyric video. Yeah, so Eric, enjoy this. I hope you do, because I think you will. Go back to the beginning.
So I cut myself deep and it doesn't even bleed. I'm not made of anything but dust in me. And all I am is bones, and all I have done is grow cold. And you won't save me, but I know you'll try, and I'm not wasting another line goodbye. So let's lie and talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Let's talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Let's talk of other things, say these wicked words, and I know that that's my curse, and I know it hurts, but it works. I'm a cabbage and you're a king. Time has come to talk of other things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages and kings. Painting all the roses, and no one ever noticed that I chose this. I'm a cabbage, cut myself deep and it doesn't even bleed. A king, I'm not made of anything but dust in me. Yes, dust in me. All I am is bones, and all I have done is grow cold. Follow the rabbit down a hole. And what's the price on my soul? I'm not made of anything but dust in me. Grow. All I am is bone. Like all I have done is grow cold. Someday you'll see, in the
lovely Valerie Bat. Yeah, Chris, just finishing up. So that was, I don't know how much you heard of that. That was a wonderful submission that was sent in from Muff Pie Productions. Beautiful song, Cabbages and Kings. Yeah, lovely. So thank you everybody for watching, and thank you Transylvania Stud for joining me at the start. Be back again next week. I might have friends bands with me. I'm working on trying to get some people. I've been chatting on Instagram with the band Blackwood, who got played on Glenn's stream, and I really like their stuff, and I've been chatting with them on Instagram, so I'm going to try and get them on at some point. Obviously going to try and get Cletus and stuff. I want to get Eric on and Chuck and have a wee chat with them about production, but yeah. Let us know in the comments sort of any suggestions, ideas, things that we could do. I'm enjoying like doing the interviews, but I'm also enjoying just having kind of people on and reacting to songs, even if I don't really know how to give any feedback for them, but it's yeah, it'd be very cool. And yep, there's another channel to go and check out, Valerie Bat. I'm not doing highlight videos anymore because I'm actually quite busy with loads of other editing and photograph, and I'm trying to get my actual songs written and done. So yeah, but thank you all for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Go like, subscribe, go and check out all the channels in the description. Go and follow them, join their Discords, submit your music. I had a lot of fun tonight. It was good fun, and looking forward to next week, which will probably be at the same time. And if I don't have a interview guest, I'm going to try and get somebody else on with me, because it's quite nice to have somebody to chat to. As much as I like the sound of my own voice, it's nice to have somebody else on the stream. I realise I'm doing all this talking and you can't actually see my face. It's just got Valerie, so I'm going to say goodbye. I'm tired. Thanks all for watching.